infrastructure is crumbling this evening as the Nintenbyte Podcast continues its unprecedented rise. In cities across the globe, fans are rioting. The Pentagon has issued a statement describing the Nintenbyte Podcast network as a pixel-based prophecy. Some say the rise was foretold, others say it's just a really good podcast. We're talking twisted nipples, milk, and a sock puppet who doesn't talk.
It's dangerous to go alone. Watch this.
Welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast, bitch.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the greatest Nintendo podcast ever! Yeah!
Is that a Joy-Con in your pants, or are you just happy to see us?
Shut up! Now feel the power. Everyone, do you feel that?
Oh my god, I feel it!
I feel it too, Gamer. What is it?
It's the power of our podcast.
I feel it!
This is rad, Nintenbyte.
So rad.
Power. Now bask in their glory.
I'm Nintendo Brian. Oh baby.
I'm ThunderStash.
I'm GameBird Classic.
Nintenbyte rules.
Let's rock.
Welcome to season 3, episode 1, and the greatest podcast intro that exists in all of the internet. Welcome aboard, perfectly encapsulating the personality of this show. Oh man, we got a big one for you tonight because, guys, it's the Switch 2. This ain't a mock-up anymore, baby. It's the real deal.
It's the real deal, baby.
Look how loaded that is. I got Mario Kart, Cyberpunk, Tears of the Kingdom Switch 2 Edition, and Split Fiction all right there on the front. What is happening? Oh, man. It's an exciting time. And we got to talk about it. We got first impressions to get into today. We got some other stuff going on, such as, well, some weird things like GameStop just ruining systems. Why? I feel so terrible for those people. Anyways, we have a lot to get into. So let's go around the room and introduce. Let's start with our guest for the first episode of season 3. She had no idea what she was getting into. Sky Sword Alyssa.
Hey, I'm happy to be back. I'm excited to talk about Switch 2. That intro was hilarious. I'm sitting here laughing my ass off.
I was worried there might be too much milk for you.
Oh, I love milk. More milk, the better.
We can put it in the thumbnail because I watched it earlier because I'm like, I got to keep going. I got to see the rest of it. So I watched it. Oh my God. And the thing is, there were things I didn't catch the first time. Mm-hmm. So it's even funnier the second time. Oh, great. We got Paul Gale Network.
How's it going, everybody? It's exciting. Thank you for having me here.
Hell yeah.
We've reached the end of the countdown, you know?
I know. Now everyone's like, what's next? I have no idea what's next.
Tomorrow, Paul's like, -1 days until the...
who knows? Paul has his own plans. I don't know what he's doing. The Spice Lord. You know, one of these days, you just got to do the sock puppet and just not have your face on camera.
All right.
What's up, Eric?
No, just enjoying that intro.
Oh my God, I've seen too much of this guy lately.
Gamer, you did say you took milk to the next level. Yes, you did.
Yeah. You should have seen some of the original edits my wife made me change.
Oh, you need to send them over to us. You need to send them over to us.
That might be interesting.
Yeah. So there was the first edit, there was no milk carton. And it was just it was us dancing with the waterfall of milk, and my wife was like, "Listen, people might not put 2 and 2 together. You guys are shirtless the next scene. I don't know."
Hey.
But I recommend too for people to some of the quirky stuff near like the opening when it's showing the TV and it's doing the broadcast at the end has some funny dialogue that kind of scrolls by in the lower third, just checking out some of that stuff. There's some references to the commercial that we used to roll and little
every time I watch this, I'm gonna see
in there.
I'm gonna see something new. So obviously that was Gamer Classic, who was the creator of that new intro. How's it going, buddy?
It's going, man. It is today's been, the shirt says it, bananas, dude. Switch 2 is finally here. I can't believe I've touched it, tasted it, and smelt it all in one day. And it's not even over yet.
Yeah.
We still got to talk about it.
I mean, I smelled it. I didn't taste. I didn't lick a cartridge.
Well, I did lick the cartridge. That's what I meant by taste.
Any better than original cartridge?
I have the Mario Kart 8 cartridge, and I sampled it. It didn't taste very good. I don't think babies will like it, personally.
I hope they're right.
Never know.
I hope they're right. And then we got ThunderStash Gaming.
What's up? Man, it's been a very busy day. It's been a lot of fun. I have like no sleep. I slept for I think about maybe, when I say slept, I closed my eyes and just like lay on the bed, right? I think it was around maybe 1:30 in the morning after I got done recording the unboxing, converting the files, doing all that. And I was like, all right, I'm not going to edit. I'm going to go to bed. I tried to sleep. Literally, I just laid there, I think, for like an hour, maybe hour and 10 minutes. I'm like, I got to get up. I'm just waiting for the gym to open so I can go to the gym and then come back and work. So it's just been crazy, man. This has been nuts. What a ride. A lot of stuff to talk about. Let's get into it.
The fun thing is, you guys don't know, Stash didn't even get a chance to play it today, but he had the most epic thumbnail image of all time with the cigar outside.
Oh, yeah.
You guys want to see the full image, you gotta go look at his X account, man. Oh my God. It's epic. Absolutely. When he sent it to me on my phone, I was in the middle of editing my unboxing, and I'm like, dude, this is so sick. Why didn't I think of anything epic to do right outside the gate? God damn it.
He just immediately called me. Look at this. I'm like, holy shit.
Yeah. I'm just like, God
That's
damn
so awesome.
We gotta do a console launch for that guy one of these days.
It was fun, man.
All right, guys, and you guys know what's up. I'm Nintendo Prime, and I'm built a little different. 2.5 hours of sleep. Probably 2.5 hours of sleep tonight as well. So yay me. Actually, I'll probably get a little more. Summer Game Fest isn't at 8 a.m. in the morning, so we're okay. I'm streaming that. It's a little bit later in the day. A little bit later. Thank God, by the way, Jeff Keighley, that you didn't make it a morning show. All right. Let's go ahead and, because yes, I'll be streaming Summer Game Fest. I'll be setting up the stream at some point during the show. Let's go ahead and get into our topics. So we only have like 2 topics and we're kind of winging it because, again, all of us have been incredibly busy for one reason or another. It is what it is. But we weren't going to skip launch day. Are you kidding me? It's been years in the making. So let's get into our first impressions and kind of go around, talk about what we played, what we've experienced, and what our general thoughts are on the system and the games we played so far. Because obviously, no way in hell any of us have played enough to review anything. So let's just talk about how we're feeling right now. And let's start with Sky Sword Alyssa.
So I got to play so far. I played a little bit of Tears of the Kingdom, a lot of Mario Kart World. I actually played a lot today. I did not get Welcome Tour. I feel like that's mostly what I checked out was Tears of the Kingdom and Mario Kart World, but I am loving Mario Kart World. I like collecting things, so I've just been free roaming most of the day. I already have like almost like maybe not almost all the outfits, but a very good chunk of the outfits. There's some pretty cool ones in there, so excited to keep doing that. Eventually play with some people. Haven't really gotten to the chance to play with anybody else yet, but
may I ask a question for you, Alyssa? So, did you end up getting a TV? Do you have HDR on your current
I don't think so.
TV?
It looks like it maxes out at 10. Oh my god, sorry.
Oh,
At 1080. I know, like what the hell? At 1080, but when I played on my monitor,
Okay.
I was able to put it in 4K on my monitor and looked really nice there.
Nice. Yeah. So that's what I was wondering. What your thoughts were, just like for Tears, for example, how you would compare it, right, to Switch 1 Tears of the Kingdom as far as like the colors and just some of the things that like I think Paul and I would have experienced firsthand at the Switch 2 experience, because I think we both kind of felt like, hey, just chill.
Yeah,
You got to see it in
definitely.
person. Once you see it in person, you'll understand what we're talking about, these
Yeah, they
colors and how they pop. So just
definitely
curious your
popped,
thoughts.
and even the sages, like their glow looked so crisp and like clean. Nothing looked muddy at all. It was so snappy. I was like, you turn and the camera didn't like blur at all. You know, sometimes it kind of like lags a little bit. Not like a lot that it's too noticeable, but it was just like instant. And I also noticed on the map, when you go to teleport, it shows you your current location and then it switches to where you are going to like the next one. So like if you're at Hyrule Castle and you go to like the Great Deku Tree, it shows you like you're at Hyrule Castle and then it shows you like you're at the new location. It didn't do that before, so I was like, that's pretty neat. Just some little
nice.
change, you know.
Did you download the
did.
Zelda Notes app?
So I only
How is
really
it?
did the voice memories. I didn't spend too much time with Tears of the Kingdom because I really wanted to hop into Mario Kart. But it was really cool. So it showed for the memories, it had like a little sensor at the bottom. And when you got close to one, it had different rings on it. So it would have like one little ring. And then when you get closer, it'd have 2 rings and then 3. And then eventually you'd get to it. And then it would just pop up and read the dialogue then. Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah, I'm
Cool.
excited for
I'm
the
looking
lore
forward
and
to it.
stuff. In one of the things she mentioned something about Zelda mentioned something about her mother. So I was like, ooh, maybe we'll learn more about Zelda's mom and some of the things Zelda like did
That's
as a kid.
interesting. That's cool. That's the kind of stuff
Yeah.
that like I was hoping for and looking forward to as far as the lore. I didn't think we'd get any sort of story
Yeah.
like that, so that's even better.
awesome. So, what are you thinking about Mario Kart right now? Because like, that's the game that all the controversy with the price and everything in the launch. How are we feeling after playing a lot of it?
I'm not sure that I feel like it's worth $80 right now. But besides that, if you want to put the price point to the side, I think that it's a lot of fun. I really like how the colors pop, how expressive everyone is. I'm a person that loves customization, so all the little outfits and stuff is really awesome to me.
Totally.
Just going around and grabbing them. The knockout tour is a lot of fun. It's pretty challenging. I only did 2. I've been able to place 4th. Sometimes the computers are like way far ahead in first. I'm like really surprised by the AI.
I think
computers.
the AI
they're a
is
lot
a
smarter.
lot smarter in this.
They
in
even
this
do
Mario
dumb
Kart
shit
as well.
too that people do, and they miss the boxes. They like go between the boxes instead of grabbing one. But like, yeah, and they'll go off the course too and like cut through with like mushrooms. I'm like, it's challenging.
I like it.
Yeah.
I loved to see the AI actually improve. It's almost like they have like 12 years of data on Mario Kart to realize
Right.
players of this game are ready for the computer to actually be a challenge. Oh man. Okay, cool. Let's get over to Paul. Oh, Paul, what have you played today, buddy?
I got about 6 hours in because I went to bed like 3:16 in the morning, and I realized like, oh, that's Stone Cold 3:16.
There we go.
Just a random number thing. Me and numbers.
Austin
I had a great
316.
time. I started off with Mario Kart World. That needed to be the first game that I played, and I just went through a circuit of 4. Then I went a little bit into navigating the world and just that seamlessness of going from a race into the world. Just a lot of fun. Definitely like that quite a bit. I played some Street Fighter 6 next, and this is a game I'm super familiar with. I mean, I have Street Fighter 6 on Xbox Series X and PlayStation 5, but I decided to get it again because that's just one of my favorite franchises, and I wanted to have it portably and to just always have it on the system. Especially now, it was kind of the decision made for me. I wasn't going to get the game key card for this one. Just always have it on. I would have sprung an extra $10 if it was cartridge, but whatever. Game runs beautifully. I think if you want to nitpick and want to bother yourself, you could look at the versions and be like, the other version on PS5 looks a little bit better. But like, if you're asking for trouble and want to make yourself mad and like just to prove a point or whatever, you'll find it. But if you're just playing Street Fighter 6, and I put in many hours between Xbox and PS5, I'm having an equally great time on Nintendo Switch 2. Like, the parity level is so there, the level of fidelity and the loading time, everything is so there that I'm like, I'm not complaining at all. But like I said, if I were to switch HDMI ports and pause and stuff, like, you could see. But Street Fighter 6 was next. Loved it. I think Welcome Tour I downloaded next because I had all of these loaded to the account and then just downloaded it to the system. And Welcome Tour was surprisingly fun. I put in like 30 minutes of it. I can see why it probably is $10 worth of content, because it's not just walking around. There are mini games. There are a lot of little things to it. However, should it have been included? It would have been great. Should it have is another question. Maybe, maybe not. I think for what the price is worth it. I'm comparing it to Wii Play back in the day. You remember Wii Play?
Yeah.
It wasn't as big or as robust as Wii Sports in terms of graphical fidelity and 3D polygon visuals that were being manipulated. It was a little bit more simple of a game, but that was a fun game, Wii Play. Although, if I'm not mistaken, it got bundled in with a Wii Remote.
It did.
Yet, it was like a cost of a Wii Remote 40, Wii Remote plus Wii Play 50. Well, there you go. There you have it. $10 for Wii Play, $10 for Welcome Tour. So it was fine, and no tax. Actually, I got it at GameStop, and they had it for like 5% off. So $9.49 for Welcome Tour. I'll get a few hours out of it. It was fine. What else? Next, Fast Fusion. I liked Fast Racing RMX and Fast Racing Neo on Nintendo Switch and Wii U, whichever one was first. I forgot the exact title, but and this was great. I cranked the graphics up. I was like, let me see what this thing could do. Let me see what they could handle. And honestly, there is no bad way to play it, whether you're favoring performance or favoring visuals. That game looks great, runs fast, smooth, beautiful. Then I tried to play Split Fiction, but no one was awake at 2:30 in the morning, and you don't get a CPU co-op partner. It has to be a second person. So today after school, when my wife got home, my kids got home and stuff like that, my son and I played through, and it's a lot of fun. And the reason why I picked that game up is, even though it came out in March, if I'm not mistaken, the first exposure I had to it was at the Nintendo Switch 2 experience. And we had so much fun that I thought, I already waited a little bit. Let me just wait a little bit longer, get this on Switch 2. We'll have that portable experience and all that. And it's really fun game. I mean, very, very pleased with it. So I guess that's an easy recommendation no matter where you're gaming on. And then I played some Fortnite because I was curious. I had to see, how does Fortnite glow up? And it's a huge difference. It's a very considerable difference. If Nintendo Switch was your main platform for Fortnite, how fast it loads up, the graphics, the frame rate, everything is much improved and probably pretty close to Xbox Series X and PS5. And then, not to go too long, but I played a little bit of Wind Waker. I played a little bit of Tetris 99 and a little bit of like Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. I have yet to download the $10 upgrade for Hogwarts Legacy, but that's another one that I'm going to do. So like, my launch window actually has quite a bit to play, and sometimes that's not the case, where you just sit in one game, Twilight Princess, and you could go 6 hours and then have a couple hours of Wii Sports and then back to Zelda. Now I'm like, divvying up time everywhere. But it's also kind of fun because I guess there is no one big epic adventure game that's new or grand RPG that consumes a lot of time and a dedicated story that I can split things up. You know what I mean? I guess like Cyberpunk 2077 would be the one that would be the biggest, well, obviously RPG story heavy game, but I already own it on Xbox Series X, so I'm not planning on double dipping. But I think it probably would be worth it because of the game I played at the experience. If you're new to Cyberpunk 2077, I think it's going to be worth it for a lot of people if you like RPGs and first person. Anyways, boom, that's my 2 cents. Oh, and to answer the chat, the Legend of Zelda movie comes out in 659 days. And the Super Mario Bros. Movie sequel comes out in 302 days. No, I'm not going to do a countdown every day, but I will give you periodic updates, and when I do, I'll send them over to Nate also if Nintendo Prime wants them.
Yeah, that's fine.
Just do
I
do
appreciate
for
the
Mario. Do a
updates.
monthly countdown for Mario.
Like a monthly sounds appropriate, you know.
Yeah.
We'll see. But yeah, I'm loving it. Great system. I put on my screen protector. I already, it's in my room, in the living room. But I got my GameCube controller in the mail today. So like, that's so dope.
Same. That was a
Yeah, me
surprise.
too.
I was
Yeah.
not expecting to get
I
that
knew it was
today.
coming
Me
soon.
either.
So I got it today. I picked up the camera today. I have yet to interact with anyone on the camera, but that's gonna be fun to do. The camera, like, it's a nice little compact thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I just had coffee. You know. Oh, Nate, you and I
That's a
could.
lot smaller than I thought it would be.
Yeah.
You and I could do a webcam
It's like the
series.
size of an iPhone, right?
It is
Or like
small.
Android.
We could have Nintendo fans. Nate, you and me.
Oh.
You're Nintendo fans.
What about the size of an iPhone?
It sure. One thing I haven't tested yet. I haven't plugged it into my computer to see if it works. I'm sure it does. Because like here's the thing. I did do one voice chat today. It was really random. It was some person who I don't know. I think one of my members or whatever. Just they saw me online, so they game chatted me, and I was in the middle of my live stream, and I'm like, "Sure, I want to test game chat." Hi,
That's pretty cool.
you know the camera feed. And I'm like, "Okay, yeah, it's as bad as it looked before. It's not like it's a 1080p webcam, but you're not getting 1080p out of it. It's like 480 they're showing, and it's like 20 frames a second. But hey, you know." He could see my face twice on live stream and in game chat, so good for him. He got to see the high quality camera, and well, I don't think it's the camera's fault. I think just the way the game chat works is not high fidelity. I'll just say that. But the voice chat part was good, so that was good. And I think that's the way most people are going to use game chat anyway. It's going to be voice chat. So
Sure.
I didn't test out any USB headsets or anything though, guys. I know it's supported. I just haven't. I don't have one. I'm like, you figure I would, but look, most of the time I do voice chat when I'm gaming is on my PC, and I kind of have a better setup than,
Yeah.
you know, like, so I'm kind of retired for that. But I do. The thing is, I do have like a Bluetooth headset thing, but then it's weird because it doesn't work with Xbox because Xbox. I don't know what I'm doing with headsets, guys. I'm literally like out of the loop with headsets. I feel like an idiot. So.
Could have just asked me. I would have brought mine over.
Yeah, well, I wasn't thinking because
neither
I
was
forgot
I.
you had one.
Yeah.
Anyways, doesn't matter. Eric,
Yeah.
what'd you play today?
One
Well, I
good
mean,
play.
I know what you played, but tell
Yeah.
the people.
You pretty much already told them already. I played some Tears of the Kingdom while Nate went and picked up his kid. And I defeated Lionel. That was fun. Went into the forest. There was absolutely no lag, any. It was freaking awesome. And I mean, the load times in that game are like half, if not less than half of what they used to be. It feels so instant, so smooth, everything like that. And then I played a little bit on my own Switch while Nate was messing around with Knockout Tour, some of those just in free mode, and I just was messing around, just kind of doing whatever the heck I wanted to. Then Nate had to step away, so I played some of the Knockout Tour for his stream, and I ended up taking second on one. And then immediately the next round, I got crushed by a gigantic cow with like 3 feet to go to make it to the stop. And now I ended up in 22nd. I'm like, really? I'm from Wisconsin. If anybody the cow should love, it should be us. But they love me. So that's pretty much all I've played today. But I was watching Nate play a few different things. He'll let you know what the heck he played. But yeah, I was watching him on the stream play it, and man, this thing it's impressive.
Watching him not lose a knockout tour because he lost to the internet but not to the CPU.
Yeah.
That was so frustrating. I saw that.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
So Eric, what are you thinking about Mario Kart so far? That's obviously the big launch game.
Yeah, no, it's the little bit I've played with the free roam. I did a couple of the PE challenges that I kind of like. They're just challenging enough that you don't feel like, oh my god, this is baby, but they're not over like this is so goddamn hard that I'm gonna rip my hair out. At least the 4 or 5 of them that I've done, they've just kind of been. It takes me maybe 3, 4, or 5 tries to do it, and it's like, all right, cool. Now I understand what's going on, and then it's and then it's like, okay, cool, yeah, this is awesome. I picked up a few of the different costumes, just because I was, just trying to see what they do. I don't know what the hell but I always get mixed up with like hitting the minus button to try to do something with that, and it just goes into the freaking portrait mode, and I'm like, damn it, I don't want this. Where is the button that gives me the map? Why is it not minus? No, it's X. All right, why or Y, whatever the hell it is. Why is it? I don't know.
Well, because it's a different team than the game you're used to.
I know, but it feels like it's freaking should be minus, and it's
the whole game industry doesn't uniform what buttons for map.
Yeah, they should.
Hey, if you got that pro controller, you can map the buttons.
There is that. Yeah. No, so I was trying to figure out how I could do. I just figured out a little bit of like switching characters on the map, things like that, and it was fun. I mean, the knockout tour is crazy good. No, it's kind of crazy how butt clenching it is right before the goal. It's like, did I make it?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where I'm at with it. I'm having fun. So I have a feeling that free roam might be a little bit scary because it's going to be probably a lot to do. But it's one of those things that I'll slowly make my way through it.
All right. So he'll beat it in 4 years.
Oh yeah, pretty much.
And by then there's DLC.
Yeah, right. Some more shit to do.
Yeah. Game Bird, what did you play?
All right. So are we doing kind of like deep dives right now on everything, or is this just a brief overview?
It's kind of a brief overview of the games we played and what our thoughts are. We'll save hardware for a little later and stuff.
Yep. Okay. Cool. Because I got a lot to say about Mario Kart, but I'll be quick, and I could jump more into it later in the podcast. But the games I played today were obviously Mario Kart World. That was pretty much like 90% of what I played. I got my GameCube controller today, which was a huge surprise. So I didn't get to spend too much time in there. I was trying to kind of do as much as I could today. That way I can chat about it tonight. So played very little bit of Wind Waker. Looks beautiful, runs beautiful, silky or buttery smooth. You're going to hear me say buttery a lot. Mm-hmm. Buttery is a term that I think applies to the Switch 2 in many ways. But buttery smooth, crisp 4K visuals. Seeing that game, it looked like, I don't know, playing it and looking at it, I'm like, this would pass as like a new release, like just like a modern release. The art style looks so good. Played a little bit of Soul Calibur 2. Just as good as I remember. Looks beautiful with the 60 frames and the 4K. Did a few rounds, played a few different characters. Lots of fun there. So I'm looking forward to dive more into that one later once I've gotten my fix of Mario Kart. I got the update for Fantasy Life, The Girl Who Steals Time. Played a little bit of that. What I can say is the visuals look a lot sharper, a lot crisper. Huge improvement to the frame rate. There was a little bit of frame rate issues. Nothing that like deterred the experience too much on Switch 1, but they definitely cleaned it up with the update on Switch 2. So that was really nice. Looking forward to playing more of that game. I also played some Yakuza 0. I tried it out with the English voice acting. It's fantastic. And the main character, Kiryu, is actually voiced by a YouTuber now, Yang Ye, or Yang Yao.
Yeah,
I'm not sure how you pronounce the Yang Ya.
I
But
never knew
anyways,
how to pronounce it either.
yeah, he voices Kiru, which is really interesting. It's a little jarring. I think he does a fantastic job, but it's jarring. The Japanese voice work is so good, and I'm so used to hearing the character in Japanese that it's just jarring. But it's really cool. I'm probably going to stick with the English voice acting for a second playthrough, just because the game is a lot of reading. It's, there's a lot of dialogue in the game, but man, it looks great. I haven't played since the PS4, so I can't really give like a one-to-one comparison, but I feel like it looks better than the original. It plays really smooth. Excited. That's probably going to be my main game that I'm playing outside of Mario Kart right now. And then I played a little bit of Tears of the Kingdom. And again, first thing I noticed was how buttery the game is. It is buttery smooth. 60 frames of glory. The colors pop. The image is sharp, like Skyward Sword Alyssa said, and like Stash has said, and Paul, even from their experiences at the Switch 2 experience. Seeing and experiencing is believing with this one. You can't really, yes, you can see the difference in the YouTube videos, but really experiencing for yourself really sells the whole picture. And I am really looking forward to playing more of that and revisiting that world and just playing it with the, those added features, getting the deeper lore, getting that buttery smooth experience with those vibrant colors. Oh, another thing I want to mention that I noticed, because I did check out a few Switch 1 games. Obviously, Fantasy Life was one of them. Games that don't have the patch. 100 Line Defense Academy, load times next to 0. And these are not games that have the update patches. This is just the tech performing or letting these Switch 1 games perform at higher speeds and reduced load times. Really nice. But yeah, I played a lot, mostly 90% Mario Kart though.
Nice.
And I gotta say, Mario Kart World, I played exclusively. I had a buddy from out of town visiting. I played exclusively local wireless multiplayer, and so I didn't get to play anything on my own. Knockout Tour, friggin' phenomenal. Obsessed. That's what we mostly did. We did, I want to say, like 2/3 of the Grand Prix Cups. So most of them. I didn't really get to do much free roam. I didn't do any of the POW switches or anything like that. We were just going through all the knockout tracks. I think we did all the knockout courses except for the final one. And then, yeah, I think we had like three Grand Prix that we hadn't done, but played the crap out of it. The multiplayer works seamless. Creating a room, they've made it so easy. You create a room, you just check your friend's room, jump right in. It automatically loads you right into the lobby. It's super easy. Buttery smooth experience. Visuals are stunning. The colors, again, the HDR, it's another example of like you watch the videos, it doesn't quite do it justice. The colors, the HDR is stunning. The colors pop. The first thing I noticed right away with Mario Kart, sorry, I'm going to go on a little Mario Kart rant because I just played so much of it. The first pro that popped up right away is the music is friggin' phenomenal and the best in the series.
Oh.
They had like ska version of the Mario Kart 64 music from like the Penguin World and stuff like that, and just big band jazz. The tracks are so good. Second thing you'll notice is how good the visuals were. Huge win with this Mario Kart. I've complained about this on the show. I hate when games just give you all the characters, all the vehicles, all the outfits from the get-go. This game has a limited roster, has no costumes unlocked from the get-go. You have your limited carts, very limited carts, and you just start unlocking stuff, and it feels so good and so exciting to grab the food and wondering what costume I'm going to get. And you need to be using the racer to unlock a costume for them, which makes you kind of experiment and play outside of like your go-tos. The tracks, sometimes they're like huge. And one thing that I noticed about this Mario Kart, I don't know if you guys all feel the same experience, but it's a huge plus over Mario Kart 8. Oftentimes in Mario Kart 8, if you got like in a bad situation where you just get hit with a ton of items, lots of times I felt like I was out for the count. Like I'm too far back. The person in first is way far ahead. There's no coming back. In this game, I don't know about you guys, constantly, rapidly going from first to 17th to fourth place to 15th to first again, all over the place, especially in knockout mode, where it was like anything goes. I love that. I don't know if it's smarter AI. I don't know if it's how they design the tracks and with all the branching paths, but it wasn't like, oh, first place is leagues ahead and no one's ever catching up. It was like, no, shit's happening and placement's changing constantly. Was it like that for you guys? Am I the only one who feels like that? I felt like I was all over the place.
Yeah.
Well, so Knockout Tour was wild. That's what I played the most of in the game. I did one.
Yeah, same here.
I did one Grand Prix, and then I decided, you know what? A lot of that, I was live streaming the whole thing, so I decided, you know what? Grand Prix is probably something I do on my own. So I want to do Knockout Tour, and well, not only is it, it's the craziest thing ever.
Awesome.
Mario Kart, like it's awesome. The only time I will say is so my audience might know because they got to play with me. Our final Knockout Tour, I won, and I will say when it got to the final four, I was pretty far ahead of everyone in first place. Like no one was after me, but that's in the final four, and I noticed that final segment is significantly shorter as well.
Yep.
So
yeah, for sure. Also, really loving Knockout Tour. I mean, Eric, you mentioned this earlier. It starts to glow, like rainbow glow around the edges when you're getting close to like a checkpoint that's going to eliminate, and the tension builds. You feel that like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Especially, I don't know if you guys like, I'm okay at Mario Kart. I'm not like amazing. I'm definitely going to be polishing up my skills on this one. But it was nail biting at times. There were times where like I was at the cutoff mark or just one ahead of the cutoff mark. And I was like, oh man, please don't get hit by anything. Please don't get hit by anything. Or being just beyond the cutoff and be like, I'm so close. I just got to make it. I just got to get a shell or something, you know? So really cool moments. I'll say this. I'm going to end on this. I have a lot more to say about Mario Kart. I'll add two more things just because I know we want to get into the topics. One mode that I tried in the game that wasn't for me personally was the coin rush mode. It's fine. I'd rather do knockout or the battle. But we'll see. Maybe if I play with like a larger group of people, maybe that'll change things. But lastly, I want to say, again, I haven't played this solo. I've only played multiplayer. Me and my buddy, we had so much fun today. And I can tell you without a shadow of a doubt, you know, obviously it's a huge bummer, the $80 price point. No one likes spending more. I can't tell you guys sit here and be like, this is 100% worth $80 for you guys, and you guys should definitely get it. But as like a fun factor level, this is the most fun I've ever, it's not even close, had playing a Mario Kart day one. I had a shit-eating grin on my face, smiling from ear to ear. And every course, and seeing the different ways that they were blending the courses together, I kept saying to my friend, I'm like, dude, this game is so friggin' good. This game is so friggin' good. Oh my gosh, I love this course. And then like weaving through courses that you already experienced, but in a different way, cutting through them on a different kind of branching knockout path or a Grand Prix path was just really cool. And it's a game that I know is going to grow and add DLC. And I can't wait to see where they go next with this. And lastly, I know I said one more thing, but lastly, the water shit is awesome, especially when you're on one of the courses that has like more like rocky waters, to put it, and you're like getting those constant boosts over and over again. I love this game. To me, this is hands down the best launched Mario Kart ever, and I can't wait to see how it evolves going forward. And the community grows as well. One gripe, I'll end with this. One gripe I do wish that they would change when you're just doing like the free roam, especially like when you're in the lobby. I think it would be nice if when you're off a track and on terrain, if it didn't slow you down. That's probably my one gripe with Mario Kart World, you know, just because like if you're not in a race, why have it limit your speed? Other than that, I'm loving this game. Yeah.
It's easier for devs.
It is really easier for devs. That's all it is.
Yeah, and then they have like the in the free roam, you also had like the P switch stuff, which they would want your speed effect.
Sure.
You know.
Sure.
Okay. Well, I'd asked Stash what he played, but he's already openly admitted nothing. Did you even unbox it? Well, you did unbox it. You did do that.
Yeah, I unboxed it. I recorded last night. I had the video.
I think everyone here is digital, right?
Yeah, I got digital.
Yeah.
I
though,
messed up.
I got a bunch of games. Download it. And are you guys like following all the Switch 1 games and how people are tracking?
Yep.
Hyrule Warriors, Bayonetta 3, like.
Yes. So
everything.
Hyrule Warriors running at 60.
So good to see.
Bayonetta 3.
Wait, Hyrule Warriors runs at 60?
Yeah.
Games that have previously uncapped frame rates are really benefiting from, you can go to 60. You got the 60 pass.
Wait, Age of Calamity runs at 60.
Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition.
Oh, the Definitive Edition. Okay.
Runs at 60 undocked. Bayonetta 3 is running at 60. MLB The Show, which is something that I was actually interested in, wondering like how the Switch 2 version is going to play when that comes out. But from what I'm reading, people are saying it's 60 FPS now.
That's awesome.
Now I'm wondering,
That's
like,
awesome.
I wonder if 2K's improved, NBA 2K. Because if MLB The Show was running at 30, if it's running 60 now.
NBA 2K is going to definitely be 60 now.
No, I mean the Switch 1 version. The Switch 1 version's running at 60 now. MLB The Show.
Okay,
Things like Mortal Kombat 1 now that I'm thinking about it.
So MLB The Show, that was capped at 30 on Switch 1, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I never played it on Switch 1, so.
This is what I'm saying, though. The Switch 1 version that they're testing, people have tested it today, saying it's running at 60. So now I'm wondering if like the Switch 1 version of NBA 2K is going to run better. Because there's a lot of games that are capped. A lot of games. Like I have a list that I'm working on. I was already doing this like in the last few weeks, right? I've been buying a bunch of games on the eShop, but I've been doing a bunch of research into what games have uncapped frame rate, unlocked frame rate, and dynamic resolution. I've been trying to get like a master list together and then start kind of like purchasing some of these games when they go on sale.
Yeah.
And I've actually got quite a few now. And that's like, I'm looking at my screen. That's what's been installing, just downloading and all day. So many games that I'm going to be testing out.
So the reason I asked if MLB The Show was capped, because I didn't, I never played it on Switch. I only ever played it on PlayStation. Is because in order for it to be 60, it would have had to have an update to uncap it. Because it just won't let you. That's the whole point of a cap. It just won't let you run above 30.
I know.
So there must have been a minor patch or something to unlock it.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean they did work on the game, guys. By the way, it's like a single line of code to just like unlock it and cap at 60.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's interesting. So I have so many games that are either in my physical collection or digital that I'm like just super interested in seeing how they're going to perform. And I'm sure you guys saw, this was I think a couple of days ago, there was a handful of games that received updates that weren't on the list, like Super Mario 3D All-Stars.
Yeah.
It's like, those are the games I want to try and switch to and see if anything's changed.
Yeah, and like for NBA 2K, I more think like the next one will be 60.
Well, I do think the one on Switch 2 will be.
Because like MLB The Show, I mean that's current because it's current baseball season. Waiting a whole year for a 60 FPS update would be crazy when it's literally popular right now. Whereas NBA 2K, I know those NBA finals are going on. There's actually a game being played right now. But we're kind of at the end, right? So we're sort of looking forward to that next NBA game. I'm curious, Madden. I'm a big Madden guy. I really hope it's 60 and feature parity, but I don't trust EA with anything.
I think it'll be 60. Based on what we've seen already, I think it'll be 60.
I mean, when we're getting codes in a box from EA, I don't trust. I just don't trust EA.
Right.
Yeah.
They
Hey,
remind you that you can
Nobody does.
have it free. Yeah, you can't trust EA with it.
Nobody trusts EA.
Oh,
They,
we're gonna
and they earned that.
yeah, we're gonna be bringing Madden over. It's like, okay, yeah, and let me
Right.
know if it's actually a feature parody one. Oh, it's over, but there's no crossplay. Oh, what a shocker! Because it's not feature parody. Who knew? Anyways, we'll see. We'll see. Cool. So yeah, Stash didn't get a chance to play anything yet today, but he's documenting a bunch of stuff and looking forward to finally getting to play. So me, pretty much everything I played was on live stream. I did not play off stream. The journey was unbox last night, system transfer, edit the unbox, go to fucking bed. And then I thought I was going to get some sleep. Ended up not going to sleep until 4. Woke up at 6. And then live streamed at 8. So, yeah, I'm running. I'm here. So
I gotta ask real quick, because it sounds like it was like this for a few of you guys. Did it take a lot of willpower not to play last night?
no.
A ton.
Mine was delivery. I was just curious if it was like
Ton.
you're like, can I go to sleep without booting
Yeah, because I
this
don't want to
bad
mess with
boy
your
up?
sleep
You know?
schedule also. And I knew I had to
Yeah.
edit in the morning.
Mhm.
And yeah, it's all that stuff. It's just like I don't know that I want to do this. Like I had a game plan to go to sleep.
Yeah.
But then when I try to go to sleep, I literally can't go to sleep because all I'm doing is
Yeah.
thinking about it. And it's like
It's like a
it's a kid on
child on
Christmas.
Christmas Eve. Yeah.
yes, it's like
Yeah.
that. Except it felt worse. I was like, oh my God.
So,
What am I doing? Like I'm just laying here doing nothing, trying to sleep.
yeah. So I was like the opposite, and not because I'm not excited. You guys remember we've been talking about taking care of yourself and getting good sleep and doing all this stuff. And I had a huge live stream we did on a GameStop. It was really incredible. The people in person were incredible. The people online were incredible. It was a great time. By the time I got home, I was already exhausted. But I'm like, okay, well, I have to do an unboxing video because we have a sponsor for it. And I am really, really excited to get my hands on it the first time. And it got a little emotional in the video if you guys ever watched. Really long video, so I understand people didn't watch. And it's not like typical content on my channel. And then when we were done with that and I got it edited, of course I want to play. But then I'm like, I'm feeling my age a little bit. I got to sleep, man. And I'm going to tell you, one of two things could have happened. One, if I did not have a live stream already planned for today that had sponsors in it, I would have canceled that fucking sumbitch and either stayed up all night and gamed until like 8 a.m. and then went to sleep, or I would have just went to sleep after the unboxing and not woke up till like 2 in the afternoon and felt fantastic and then actually enjoyed playing all on my own. So because what are we talking about? Get the good sleep. I still have not had good sleep to play the damn thing. So when I'm about to talk about some of my stuff, yeah, there's the caveat of, hey, I'm not well rested. So my enjoyment levels and my annoyance levels with certain things are much higher than usual.
Yep.
And
That's
that
so important.
sucks. It really sucks in some aspects. Now, I played a number of things today. Mario Kart World was obviously one of them. Spent most of my time with Knockout Tour because I knew how annoyed I was getting with certain things. And I'm like, dude, if I go into the free roam mode and I'm bored in like 2 minutes, I'm going to be, this is the worst fucking mode ever. I'm like, no, okay, I'm not even giving it a chance. And I know I'm not going to give it a chance today. I need excitement, instant excitement, or I'm done. So Knockout Tour, instant excitement. Didn't have to worry about it. So that was kind of like how it went, like Tears of the Kingdom. Okay, well, I didn't get to play a ton of it. Now, I want to be clear. I still have not put it on the big TV behind me. That's the nice TV with the good HDR and everything. It was on this monitor, which has HDR. I use that term loosely. I would not call it HDR. It's pretty bad. So I couldn't even notice like colors popping or anything. The biggest thing was, okay, yeah, it's higher resolution. And you could definitely tell when you're looking at the big Vista shots, like, okay, yeah, I can actually make out things easier. And yeah, performance. 60 FPS, pretty much locked 60 FPS. I don't know. I didn't do FPS counters, but it was very hard pressed, especially if you're used to playing it on Switch, to really notice any drops in the game. But there's a number of other games I got into. I still haven't gotten to Yakuza yet because I haven't installed it yet. Because it's probably still downloading games. So we got Cyberpunk.
Oh yeah.
Check it out. Again, I was having a great time until I bugged out the menu and couldn't turn on mouse mode.
Mm-hmm.
And it bugged out to the point that it was like just making this really annoying sound.
Yeah.
And apparently how I triggered it, guys, was I switched from the Pro controller to the Joy-Con so I could use the mouse mode, and the menu didn't like that. And so it bugged out. So that's a really easy bug to trigger. I don't know. I'm not saying people switch controllers in the middle of games often, but I will say I've had a number of times that like, hey, battery dies, I'll go grab another controller. And if it's going to bug out every time, it's going to suck. I assume they'll get that patched, but
unless it's switching different types of controllers. Like if you went from Pro controller to Pro controller, is that fine?
I don't care.
From Pro controller to
look,
it shouldn't happen either way.
It shouldn't happen either way. That's what I'm saying.
But what I'm saying is it going to have, is it just because it's a different type of controller?
So, anyways, and that really annoyed me. And again, it's one of those things that it probably wouldn't have bothered me so much if I had proper sleep. But it bothered me a lot today because I didn't grab a Switch 2 to deal with PC problems, because this is a PC kind of problem. And I love gaming on PC, but there's a reason when I'm super tired, I don't fucking play on PC. Because I'm not going to deal with PC problems today. The funny thing is, plug the mouse in the middle of gameplay, just fucking worked. Just fucking worked. Just USB. Yeah, didn't have a problem with that. Just fucking worked. Now, there was an issue that a lot of the buttons were mapped except for crouch and jump. I got a feeling that while it supports mouse, you probably want to use a keyboard, but I didn't get a chance to test out keyboard today because the keyboard will probably have the jump button on it, probably space bar or whatever. So, but you can't really edit the controls for the mouse, really. So that part is like, okay, whatever the controls are pre-mapped to or what the pre-mapped to. So when I plugged this in, yeah, there was some stuff pre-mapped that worked pretty well. I'm kind of a feeling all the buttons I was missing, I had to plug a keyboard in because I was doing it with single Joy-Con and mouse, which did work, by the way. But you can't crouch and you can't jump, and you can't jump in a game that requires jumping. Not good.
You can with third person or second person.
Yeah, you can give a third person the second Joy-Con, and they can hit the jump button for you.
Yeah, right.
They can click in the thumbstick.
Yeah, no, he was playing with the mouse and the other Joy-Con, and I took the one Joy-Con and I was jumping and crouching for.
So it's a new video game challenge.
Yeah.
A new challenge, a new way to play together in Cyberpunk. You guys didn't even know Cyberpunk's a co-op
game,
a co-op one person on screen experience,
right?
Anyways, it was neat though that plugging this in just worked. Obviously, it's going to be game dependent on supporting like USB mice. We know USB keyboards are supported; they're technically supported on the Switch as well. What I'm excited for is the mouse updates supposed to come to Fortnite this weekend. I'm very curious if that's also going to come with a keyboard update, because it would be kind of sick if I could just bring like a mini mouse and keyboard and just start clicking heads on the go in Fortnite everywhere. That would just be awesome. I don't know. I'm going to give it a try when it comes out. Because I have a feeling that could be the same issue. Like if they don't include a way to map buttons, that I'm going to be missing out on a few things. But obviously, the mouse one with the Joy-Cons is fine. But we'll get to that in a little bit. So Cyberpunk, I had a good time. I will say, looked fantastic. For a moment when I was playing it, I'm like, oh, right, I'm on Switch too. This looks really fucking good. This is like not a kind of game you would expect to see on Nintendo and actually look this good. So it looked incredible. Had a good time. Accidentally had a dick appear on screen. Shit happens. It's that kind of game. It's Cyberpunk.
Especially in that create a menu.
Yeah. I'm like,
lost for like 60 hours in the create a character.
Yeah, I'm sitting there. I'm like, what happens when I turn on penis? Oh, hey, there's just a dick on my live stream. So let's make it a big one.
Hold on. We switched. And all of a sudden it's like, it starts flopping around. I was like, what the
That's
hell?
the real reason how Nate bugged out the game.
Yeah. Yeah.
Too big of a dick. Anyways,
moving that mouse too quickly back and forth.
There was even a vagina for a moment. I'm like, what is happening? All right, let's. I didn't know what I was getting myself into. All right,
and no nipples.
Yeah, I did no nipple thing. Anyways, no. So Cyberpunk, I had a good time with it. I jumped. The thing is, I don't have a lot of experience with it, so I jumped right into the Phantom Liberty stuff. And the reason I did that was because that's the stuff that's not on PS4. So I wanted to see what that looked and ran like. Got in a massive gunfight. It was fine. There were definitely frame rate drops, but it was fine. So yeah, very, very, very playable. And I'm excited to see if they somehow, if they get, like a year or two from now, if they can get it quite to 60 FPS in performance, that would be sick. But really, really had a good time outside of that bugged menu. Let me see if there's any of these other ones I played here. Tears of the Kingdom, obviously played. It's kind of funny. So I have the Switch 2 edition. Everything's on the cartridge. Still prompted me to download the Switch 2 edition. And I kept going, why? Why? Oh, because I left my console overnight. So it downloaded the digital version of Tears of the Kingdom. So the digital version overrides the cart. So it just ignored the cart. Like it wasn't even in there. It was just playing it as a digital game. Which is fine. I'm sure if I go delete the digital copy, then it would work. But I whatever. I just let it download. What do I give a fuck? You know, I only bought it because I wanted the box that said Switch 2 edition. So I had one of every box type. That was literally the purpose. Why not buy Split Fiction? So I got the box on the bottom that says digital download code. And I'm never buying another one again. So don't take this as a sign I'm going to keep buying them companies. Never again. But then I don't know what happened because I have Yakuza and Bravely Default. I didn't need 2 game key cards.
Yeah.
But you know, couldn't get this one pre-ordered, so I bought Yakuza, and then I got the GameStop. They're like, "Hey, you know we have 1 copy of Bravely Default." I'm like, "Give it to me." Then I'm like,
So hard to get.
I know. I'm like, I'm not even gonna play it. Why did I buy it? Damn it!
You're not gonna play it at all?
No, I beat Bravely Default. I have no interest in playing it just because it's in HD. Doesn't interest me at all. I love the Bravely Default system, but I don't know. I don't replay games that I already beat. I already know everything gonna happen. Like I'm when I play RPGs and stuff, story. If I already know it, I'm good. That's just the way it is. Like I'd rather play an RPG I haven't played before and get a new story.
What about? I want to ask, what about an RPG with like multiple endings, branching storylines, and stuff like that, where it's heavily choice driven? Do you ever go back and play that? I'm just curious.
Sometimes it's pretty rare, and I'll tell you one reason why it's pretty rare. RPGs also take a shitload of time.
Sure.
Like sometimes get all the endings, it could be like 4,000 hours, and I'm like, I
can watch it on YouTube.
Yeah, I can literally just see what the endings are.
Yeah, I always found it so weird when there's like an RPG or an action RPG that comes out and people find out it's like a 40 to 50 hour game. People look at that as like a negative.
I think it's perfect.
And I'm always like, dude, I'm stoked. Well, first off, a lot of the 100+, not all of them, of course, that there are exceptions, but a lot of 100+ hour games have a lot of like shitty filler, you know, and a lot of like, I don't know, more isn't always better. Sometimes it's just more. You know?
Let me see here. I played Welcome Tour. Got all the stamps on the left Joy-Con, so I didn't really play a whole lot of it. People were mad at me because I wouldn't go get the gold medal on the moving the spaceship between all the stuff. Because I'm like, guys, I'm just trying to see as many mini games as I can. And then someone super chatted for me to change games. I'm like, all right, I'll change games. But I want to get back into Welcome Tour because I got to say one of the most impressive things that hit me was you get to right before you're about to move over to like the other Joy-Con or wherever, or you're about to move to the next section. And they have that thing that's literally just tells you it's a demo. It's not even a game. And I'm shaking those fucking maracas. Holy shit. It was the first time, like HD Rumble was cool. It worked. But then I experienced DualSense and you're like, yeah, okay. Like HD Rumble is cheap bullshit. This is real. And I didn't think Nintendo with HD Rumble 2, I'm like, yeah, they're just doing the same. They're just shaking the ice cubes. It's going to be fine, but it's not really that impressive. There's no real improvement. It's just HD Rumble all over again. Maybe they made the Rumble a little stronger. Fuck no, dude.
You thought I was lying?
Dude, when I bounced the rubber balls, it felt like I was bouncing a fucking Super Bowl in my hand. What the fuck?
It's badass, right?
What? I could feel every bounce, and that was with this on. I thought having this on was going to like reduce the feeling of HD Rumble. No. It was insane. And I'm like, oh my God, can we please do something with this in a real video game? Like I had dreams of HD.
That's the hope.
Like I had dreams of HD Rumble, like Link is swimming like through a river, and I could like feel the flow of the water with the rumble through it, the way that you could feel like the metal surfaces when you're running on it with Astrobot. I was like, dude, this was, and then Nintendo just never did it. I'm like,
Yeah.
Okay, stop teasing me with this really cool shit I know you're not going to do anything with. Like I want to fucking fire an arrow, and I want to feel the. Like, come on. If I can feel a bouncing fucking ball, I can feel a. Come on.
They need to start implementing it like they do, and I hope they do, like they do, like Sony did with Astrobot, where like when you're in the mud, you know, you feel it. You could feel the rain tapping the the rain as it hits the ground, tapping the controller. I haven't played Welcome Tour yet, so it makes me want to try it, but I do hope they bring it. Nothing I played was like, oh man, the rumble in this game. You know, I mostly played Mario Kart. I didn't get that from that game, but you know, it's yet to be seen what they do with it. However, I will compliment no more buzzsaw rumble. You guys know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Dude, I hate that on Switch 1 where it's all zzz. I'm like, I wake my wife up while she's asleep, and she's like, what's that sound? I'm like, it's the rumble.
Yeah, so like I sat there. So none of the other launch games that I've touched so far really use HD Rumble like at all. Like they just use this basic Rumble.
Yeah.
Except for Welcome Tour, which disappoints me. I was hoping Mario Kart would do something with it. It really doesn't. But then I remember, well, Fast X Drive is coming. That does use it. I don't know if it's going to be my kind of game, but it's a basketball game made by Nintendo, so I'll probably check it out. Just because I love basketball, I'll give it a chance. Maybe I hate it, maybe I don't. We'll find out. But then I'm like, oh, what else is it used in? And I kept reminding myself, ThunderStash couldn't stop shooting charge shots in Metroid Prime 4. Yeah, in mouse mode. So like, it uses HD Rumble in Metroid Prime 4 Beyond. Like the one game you wouldn't even think they would dream, or at least for charge shots, they're using HD Rumble. So I'm like, you know what? Nintendo, stop teasing us. Can we just start getting full implementation? Can we please? Now I didn't get to any section of Welcome Tour that showed off HD Rumble in the Pro Controller. So I literally have no idea what HD Rumble feels like in the Pro Controller. I know for the Switch 1 Pro Controller, it was much weaker. I'm very interested to see if they fix that with the Switch 2 one. But again, I haven't played anything that uses the HD Rumble in it. I believe Welcome Tour does, because I know there's a section in it where you go to the Pro Controller, and I bet you there's a game there or something that does HD Rumble. I just don't know what it is, because I pretty much would say on Switch 1, they call it HD Rumble in the Pro Controller. I would say it basically doesn't exist in the Pro Controller standard Rumble. I'm very curious if they fix that on the Switch 2 version. But again, it doesn't matter if the games don't use it. That's the problem. I'm talking about this really cool tech that just isn't used. Like PlayStation uses their tech. I want to see Nintendo use it in their games. At least Nintendo. I played Fast Fusion. Had a really good time with Fast Fusion. Played a smidge of Wind Waker because it was requested. And then I played a little bit of F-Zero. And the funny thing is, I played Fast Fusion was like one of the first games I played. I played Retro Welcome Tour, and then I played F-Zero. Then I went to Mario Kart. My first comment in Mario Kart was, God, this game feels so slow. Did they slow this down? And then people in the chat were like, dude, you just played two of the fastest racing games in the world. I'm like, oh yeah. Like, maybe I should have played those before Mario Kart.
I will say my first race in Mario Kart World was 100cc. And I was like, does this feel slow to my buddy? Once I jumped up to 150cc, I'm like, okay, this feels right. So,
and I'm going to say, please, free update 200cc at some point.
Yes.
Just throwing that out there. We need 200. That game is built for 200cc.
It'll happen. You guys know, well, it's an evergreen title.
I just hope that it's free. Anyways, I got a feeling it's gonna be part of Charge DLC, but whatever. All right, so yeah, that's kind of, I think that's everything I touched. Let me just double check. Let's see here. Oh, Fortnite. I did play Fortnite. People were telling me like how disappointed they were because it wasn't as big of a bump as they wanted, and I just said, "Go play it on Switch 1 and come back." I literally watched Yulia play it upstairs, and then I turned on Fortnite, and I'm like, "No, dude, this is actually like a good version of Fortnite. Like this is legit good." And just think, in 2 days we can click heads, and it's the only system that comes with a controller to click heads. So yeah, that's a big deal. We're gonna be on the level of PC gamers, man. Yeah, this is gonna be sweet. So it runs just fine. I had to mess with the sensitivity a little bit because I've been playing more Fortnite mostly on PC, but yeah, I had a good time with it. Obviously, I didn't play a ton of matches. Everyone knows what Fortnite is. Didn't have to spend a ton of time in it. I can just get a good feel because I play enough Fortnite to know. And let's see. Yeah, the one I really wanted to get into that I didn't get a chance was Hogwarts Legacy. But again, that's one of those ones that when I play it, I got to put serious time in. Like a whole stream would be dedicated to it, or just me on my own.
You can't just dip your toes in, man. Like you got to actually put in a few hours to.
But I am very curious how it runs, because I'm also curious because the funny thing is, so I have the Switch 2 version and the Switch 1 version, both on Switch 2. I kind of want to load them both up on the Switch 2 just to see.
We'll go through that again.
Well, that's the problem. It's one of those games you have to play so much of it, but I do have both versions on my Switch 2, so I'm like, well, maybe. Is everything installed yet?
Or game card download.
Cadence of Hyrule. Next up is Triangle Strategy. Next up is Turtles Shredder's Revenge. And then I got to put my game key cards in and download those. So, oh my God. Hey, at least
Nintendo Switch. You have your base Nintendo Switch running Hogwarts Legacy, and right next to it, your Nintendo Switch 2 running Hogwarts Legacy. And just
especially in handheld mode, easily.
Stick around, experiment. That's what I did with Fortnite today. My son was on the Nintendo Switch 2. I went on my file on the base Switch, and I was like, "Oh, look at this difference! Look at this difference." By the way, I'm the only one that. Well, tell me if you've done the same thing, because I'm the only one that had this happen to them. I did the whole system data transfer over, and much to my delight, when I was done, everything was still on my old Nintendo Switch. It wasn't a factory reset zero system. All of my Nintendo Switch games were now
games are still there.
Yeah. Everything's there.
That's what I wanted to happen, because I was like, I want my regular Nintendo Switch to still be operable, and now you have to do like this game card thing, because now your new system is your primary system, which is your Nintendo Switch 2. But no, I could still have access to all of my base Nintendo Switch games, because honestly, that system has a 1 terabyte SD card in it. The Switch is just a 256 internal, so there are a lot of games right now that aren't.
Paul, did you try playing any of your games on the Switch 1 since you did the transfer?
Yes, and it makes me do a game card download, but they're there.
Yeah. So that's what I was just noticing. All of them are ejected because they're all on my Switch 2.
And that's so almost all. I noticed Nintendo Switch Online.
Jamboree for some reason is still on here.
NSO stuff is still there. Like you still have access to your Tetris 99, your N64 classics, all that.
Because it's a sub. Yeah.
But then you could also play, Splatoon 3. It migrated over to Nintendo Switch 2. I was like, I have the digital version of Splatoon 3, so I was like, game card download. I'm like, yeah, Splatoon 3 is back on my regular Switch. And
Nintendo,
it's just nice to have that.
We need to have a conversation. Now, I don't care about this application because I keep uninstalling it. My kids keep putting it back on. Why is YouTube ejected? It's on my Switch 2, but it doesn't run on Switch 2. So why is it ejected? Literally, YouTube's installed on my Switch 2, guys. Mm-hmm. Doesn't work. Well, why is it there? Leave it on my Switch 1. Come on. You're tasing me that I can watch my YouTube videos on my Switch 2, and I can't. Don't do that to me. I'm trying to watch Paul Gale shorts over here. Mm-hmm. I need to watch the launch countdown on my launch Switch 2, damn it.
Right.
Anyway.
Hell yeah.
No, everything's still installed. It's just, you just bring the card back. And that's what happened with Mario Party earlier today. And I noticed that, it wasn't a 14-day borrow thing. So I like that.
Right.
Kind of like a mix of the old system with the new system. So that was kind of neat. And because it basically is treating this like it's my secondary Switch now, which is fine. That's fine. I mean, it is now my secondary Switch. God, I'm so sorry. A Zelda Special Edition as a secondary. Ah, jeez. Anyways, it makes me kind of sad a little bit. Okay, so that's like all the stuff I played. So let's before we do any deep dives on games, like we'll go the Mario Kart for sure. We have to deep dive. Like we have to get into deep conversation on what we like, what we don't like. We can even touch on the price if we've already sort of touched on it, but like, hey, do we think it could possibly get there? Or I want to know you guys' thoughts on the hardware. And I know Paul Gale doesn't have a lot of time, so I'm gonna have Paul Gale start on the thoughts on the hardware because I think you said you had the camera, probably have a Pro controller. I'm assuming.
Yes.
Obviously, we all have the Joy-Con. So, how do you feel about the hardware itself?
Very good quality pieces of plastic put together. I thought that Nintendo Switch 8 years ago was a pretty premium piece of hardware that Nintendo released. I mean, it was slick. It was just simple, elegant. It was like the Wii of their handhelds. You know what I mean? It just looked nice. This is definitely quite a significant leap forward. The kickstand is nice and sturdy. You feel like you could hold that and grip it as a carrying module. The Joy-Cons really click in with some force, and I do appreciate the magnetic pull. It doesn't feel flimsy at all. It's like, no, this is pretty locked in there. The release on the Joy-Cons, in my opinion, very solid, very sturdy. I like the dock. I like the curvature of it. I like the fact that I don't feel like I'm going to break the back of the dock by snapping it off and putting it back in. The screen size, beautiful. I mean, this basically 8-inch diagonal screen is awesome. I put on a screen protector, and I did a pretty good job with it. Maybe in the top left on the bezel, but just on the bezel, there's a little bit of like the air bubble thing, but like, I can live with that. It's not impacting the screen. It's okay. I love the analog sticks on every piece of plastic that the analog sticks are on, which is just the Joy-Cons and the Pro Controller too. The analog sticks and that Easy Glide tech feels really smooth. I mean, it is silent. It does feel and look really nice and elegant. I don't miss like the fact that it's not an OLED. It's a margin of difference probably. Probably we will eventually get an OLED model Nintendo Switch 2, I imagine, and then it'll be like, oh, that does look better. But honestly, now in terms of brightness and clarity on the Nintendo Switch 2 versus my Nintendo Switch OLED model, no complaints. The screen is plenty clear, plenty bright. The screen is so crisp at 1080p that I wonder and hope that Nintendo has another semi-attempt at like VR, but maybe instead of a Labo VR contraption, just make a little bit of a plastic headgear kind of thing to hold on and throw the Nintendo Switch 2 in, because you're instantly going to have a better quality screen at 1080p that could go up to 120 frames per second, 120 variable refresh rate than the Nintendo Switch's screen, which was 720p and significantly less powerful, because there you have a VR device that, of course, it's not as in-depth as the higher-end tech. It is just basically using that, screen tech with the mirror reflections and whatnot to do it. But everybody instantly has a motion control device that would be connected to their head that has multiple axes of movement, and the two Joy-Cons in their hands right away. And all you need to do is just sell a $60 game and have that game come with the little strap and a little box, kind of like Ring Fit Adventure. Boom, you've got a lot of access to a nice VR game. So I think that would be pretty cool to see. I'm not like a huge VR guy. I could see the Trojan horse effect of this is how you'd get a lot of people to have it. But back to the system itself, like, I don't know, the Pro Controller, it's a matte finish, but mine had like a little bit of glittery kind of sparkle in there. I don't know if it's as everybody's or mine just gets some fairy dust in there, but I like the little bit of sparkle in the matte. I also saw online some pretty cool news for the customization folks out there, where seemingly it's very easy to just pop off the face of the Pro Controller. So for alternate colors that you can just stick in, if you want a solid blue, a solid red, a solid whatever, that's going to be pretty easy to do. So I like that. I haven't used the camera yet, but the camera, looks okay. It's got a nice security feature on there. Geez, what else can I say about the system? It's very sturdy, very nice, and the Pro Controller, it might become my new favorite controller ever. Time will tell. I have to put my hours through it, but it's ergonomic. The plastic is good. It feels nice. The rumble, like Nate was saying earlier, it does feel pretty significant. I even am a really big fan of the basic Joy-Cons in their Joy-Con grip, because I felt like I didn't need to, but I really preferred the Pro Controller over the Switch 1 Joy-Cons in their grip. Like, it was just so much more ergonomic. But there's something about the size and the curvature of the Joy-Con 2 grip that I'm like, dude, this feels as good as a normal controller, pretty much, having the new Nintendo Switch 2 Joy-Con in that grip. It's just closer in comparable quality to the Pro Controller 2. And that Pro Controller 2, first default controller to have the back pedals, which I haven't utilized yet, but just everything on there is high quality. And the GameCube controller, to touch a little bit on that, it's the first time Nintendo has released a wireless original model GameCube controller, not a Wavebird, which is slightly different in terms of the overall feel and the looks. And I love it. They went for recreating the original controller and accuracy more, but they could have done, I would have preferred that little ZL button, if they made the little ZL button on the top left as big as the standard Z button.
I agree.
And they made the two analog sticks have the ability to click in, you would have a controller that many people would choose as their default controller for all Nintendo Switch 2 games, because then you have one of the most ergonomic, comfortable controllers ever in your hand that has every modern function, which is clickable sticks and 4 pure shoulder buttons and not just like 3 and kind of one little one. So like maybe slightly missed opportunity, but maybe they do something else later on, like a Pro Controller GCN style, and that's a whole other controller. I don't know, but I love the controller too. One thing I'll say, I don't know if they'll do it. I think I mentioned it on this podcast a couple of years ago. Like, what would I do differently to the system? I'll make this quick because I feel like I'm. You give me a thing. I'm deep diving on this. Maybe they could still do it, but if not, this is a future idea that I think Nintendo should do it. I like that the dock shows more screen area, but I don't know if they'll utilize it the way I envision, because I was hoping that the dock would be a little bit shorter even on the front. That way you have retail space of the screen that in an idle mode could have a little Mario jumping around, or it could show you a clock, or it could give you a notification on the screen running in low power mode if somebody sends you a message. Or when you're downloading games, you can see the little progress bar underneath your TV. Or maybe even in some games, you've got a little functionality that the character drops from the TV and bloop, goes into the Nintendo Switch screen. You couldn't make it mandatory because people have different kind of setups. So this is not completely, replicating a DS or a Wii U, but it could be a map. It could be something, or at the very least a progress bar. I don't know if this Nintendo Switch 2 with this dock has the capability of doing that, because they would have to illuminate probably the whole screen just to have a little bit show up on the top. But maybe there is some functionality. But I just think that's a good idea in the future to have something like that. That being said, like, I have no complaints of the hardware, the loading times. It's strong, it's sturdy, it's fast, it's snappy. The eShop moves quickly. Plastic feels good. I didn't taste it like Game Bird, but but
there's still time, Paul. There's still time.
Smells nice, feels good. Oh yeah, big amount of happiness for it, and honestly, possibly the most hyped I've been for a console at launch since Nintendo 64. And I've been there for all the launches. But N64 was a different thing. I mean, as a kid in the 80s and 90s growing up, that was that paradigm shift. That was huge. We different and big for a very different reason. And kinesiology being my background and movement being my study, I was like, I could see this being big. But then like the other systems, you saw the hope for Wii U, you saw the hope for Nintendo Switch. I have the confidence in Nintendo Switch too, because this is coming off of Nintendo's best generation. This is coming off of the best Nintendo. Their peak Nintendo, in my opinion, was Nintendo Switch. And this is all of the rights that they've learned. This is not the complacent Nintendo or a complacent company coming from first place, not bothering to look at themselves in the mirror and be like, yep, still look perfect. I don't need to do anything. No, this is, hey, I look good. I need to stay that good. What can I do to continue? That's when somebody fails. It's like you're too hot, and then you're like, you get lackluster. No, I don't feel that vibe from Nintendo at all. So I think more greatness is yet to come, and this is the most hyped. I can't wait for the next freaking Mario, the next 3D Zelda, like Metroid Prime 4, which we're getting this year. Just maybe I went a little long because I'm probably gonna leave in. I'll go like 9 more minutes. We'll go for an hour and a half. I'm having too much fun talking and hearing you all talk.
Oh, yeah.
Chances are I'll still have it on, and maybe I'll be in the chat, but like I'll tend to some family duties in a little bit. But yeah, I love it. Love it. Can't wait for more.
All right. Well, let's see. We're talking hardware here. Eric,
Yeah.
how are we feeling about the hardware, man?
Oh God, it is so nice. The Pro controller is just fits perfectly. It as Paul said, it's probably gonna be my favorite, controller to play with. And I play in handheld, so a lot. But everything just seems to glide. It feels like they got it right. And a lot of for them screwing up the talking points of everything, it actually feels like they hit pretty damn good with the system. So I mean, it's powerful. It makes games run buttery smooth for you, gamer.
Buttery, baby.
Buttery smooth. Yeah, I'm impressed. So I haven't played it a lot, but I'm impressed with it so far.
All right.
No, and hold on, one more quick thing. Gamer, to answer your question from before, it took me absolutely no willpower because my Switch 2 was here and I went home. I was able to fall asleep pretty easily.
I gotta sleep.
I didn't sleep much, but
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Over.
Yeah, I forgot to answer that part of it last.
All right. Speaking of the bird is the word. What are you thinking about this hardware, buddy?
Oh, man. Okay. I want to knock out a few negatives first. I only have 3 so far, and I have got a lot of positives. My 3 negatives, hold on, I want to make sure I remember them. One thing that, it was kind of inevitable, but I feel like you should at least include it because it's something that anyone who has a Switch 2 is going to experience, is obviously going to be the battery life is not as good as the original. And I felt it, I tried to play an equal amount of time on my nice TV of Mario Kart and in handheld. And the battery was draining pretty quickly playing Mario Kart. So I want to throw that one negative. Obviously, eventually Nintendo's going to have an updated model, hopefully OLED. And I hope, it's one of those scenarios where they're able to squeeze maybe even an hour and a half extra into that battery life would be nice. I feel like if it had an hour more, it would hit that sweet spot. The second issue, so I had a buddy stay the night last night. We both got our Switch 2s. Like I said earlier, we played multiplayer Mario Kart pretty much all day today. He had, when he was in the eShop, he had one hard freeze. Nothing he could do, couldn't go to home screen, nothing. We kind of let it sit for like 5 minutes. He got his Switch in the mail before mine. So he ended up having to hold the power button for like 10 seconds before it shut down and then was back to normal. I had the same thing happen to me in the eShop as well. All I had done has just gone down on the D-pad to like featured games or whatever, and it froze there. Just locked the system. So that's a second negative. I hope that is something that they fix up. I don't know if it's because they just have like millions of people flooding the eShop today, or what could have caused it. But worth mentioning, we got to talk about the good and the bad. And then the last issue, I don't know if this is one that anyone here could help me with. I haven't had the time or opportunity to look this one up, but I have a 256 gig micro SD Express card in my Switch. My Switch 2 is not recognizing it, or it's saying I don't have a compatible card. It's a SanDisk. It's a micro SD Express. It's an Express. Has the big EX right on the card. But I'll have to show you guys like outside of the podcast what the message that I'm seeing. I haven't looked it up, but it's telling me to insert an Express card.
Did you you updated your system, right?
Yeah, I did the automatic update. I don't know if there's another one that I need to.
Because I know that when I was setting up my console this morning, and I put it literally, when you're going through the menu, it says if you have micro SD card to insert it, and I did.
Yeah,
and it said it couldn't recognize it, and it's the one Nate's holding, the one that I bought, and then it said that you need to do an update in order for it to be recognized.
I'll check that. I'll try
Just
that.
Double check.
If that's the case, it's a non-issue. But I just thought it was worth bringing up, just because we gotta. You gotta express yourself, right? If you want to be able to use it. Yeah. My words, my thoughts exactly. But that bit, and I plan on getting a 1 terabyte Lexar. I do. Yeah, I do.
It's when they come in stock, right?
Yeah.
Not interrupt, but I'm like. 256 is not going to cut it for me right now. I've had 8 years worth of games. Now, even if I'm not like, I really want to play this helicopter strike game on my Nintendo Switch 2 today. Like, no, I'm probably not going to play it, but I just want to have everything there. And since I don't, you got to pick and choose. And, do I always go back and play Luigi's Mansion 3? No, but I want to have Luigi's Mansion 3 always on there, because the couple of times a year that I'm feeling in a little bit of a mood for it, like, you just want the access and the availability. So I'm just going to wait. For the meantime, I will play a little bit of Refrigerator, taking out this game, taking out that game if I'm not going to be playing it constantly, which is kind of an annoying thing to do.
The Resident Evil inventory.
Yeah, very, very much so that. Actually, I already got the message this morning, cannot download the following, because I'm like, oh, gosh dang it. So,
wow,
it already hit like in one day, because, and that's the thing. Sorry, I hope Gamebird, I hope you're done with that whole thing, because
I'm still going, but you've got limited time, Paul. So if you want to share, please share.
I feel bad because I
you're
did not
good.
mean to. I meant to.
No, you're good. You're good. I promise.
Piggyback off you, and then now I'm like interjecting too much. I'll try to make this quick.
That's no worries. We just won't have you back on the show. I'm just kidding.
Get out of here. That's my main irk with the game key cards. Not that they exist, because they exist for some people. Like, hey, I don't mind having the game digitally. I kind of like having a little bit of ownership. I like having the plastic box in my entertainment center. That's pretty sweet. And hey, I get to sell it with unlike a digital game, you don't get to sell it. So that's not bad. But the thing is, if we don't also have the ability to buy physical cartridges with all of, or the vast majority of the data on it, everybody this generation is going to experience kind of what made PS4, Xbox One kind of a bummer in some ways.
Annoying.
You got to have massive hard drives or massive SSDs or play Refrigerator constantly. And that's what was so beautiful. Wii U was the last disk system that you did not need to upload everything onto the platform. And Nintendo Switch was, and still is, the only modern day console of this era capable of playing today's modern day 2010s and 2020 games without having to upload it onto the system. And Nintendo Switch 2 also has that capability, but due to the price of the cartridges And due to the ability to have game key cards, a lot of developers just aren't doing it. So I'll make my last part real quick. I hope developers watching, publishers watching, do some polling to your audiences. Send out massive polls, no joke. Say, how would you feel about having a $60 digital version, a $60 game key card version, and a $70 physical cartridge version? I put my own poll on X, and it was overwhelmingly positive. Of a lot of people would say, I would spend the extra $10 to have that data on that 64 gigabyte cartridge. Sorry, on that Nintendo 64 gigabyte cartridge. You cannot ever say 64 without saying Nintendo before it.
Mhm. I
like,
agree.
and then like, but what if it's 80 instead of 60? Oh, poll people that too. Just find out, because I would rather spend a little more and have the ownership, but also have the peace of mind of like, I don't have to freaking buy. And then what are you doing? You're swapping out micro SD express cards constantly, which are even smaller. Like, dude, no, I just give me the cartridge. Okay.
And you lose them, and it's like, wait, I lost all my games. Son of a.
Okay, my little interjection done. Game Bird, back to you. I'm sorry.
No worries.
I'll see myself.
Yeah, those were my only gripes. And again, you know, the freeze issue that both me and my friend experienced, it could just be like, you know, some of the day one hiccups. Battery life is the only real thing about the console that I feel like, yes, this could use an improvement. It's not going to affect games. Like, if you know, I'm also replaying Sea of Stars because I really want to play the DLC and I want a refresher. I love that game so much.
So good.
Obviously, battery life is not going to affect me on a game like that, but just something for people to bear in mind. That being said, you know, a company nailed it and did a good job when you have zero desire to touch the previous hardware again. And I felt that really fast during setup. I felt that from the size and the ergonomics of the new Joy-Cons. And again, I said this earlier, I'm gonna be saying buttery a lot. The way, and Eric, you said glide's another fantastic word for the way that these sticks feel, not just on the Pro 2 controller, but also on the Joy-Cons. They glide like sliding, like being naked and slip and sliding through a pool of melted butter, baby.
I thought we were done with the Cyberpunk 2077 creative character.
They feel really good. Even the buttons feel improved over the base Joy-Cons. And I was very surprised with the Switch 2 Pro controller, bearing the fact that we didn't get analog triggers, which, you know, I was a little bit bummed about that when we found out they were going to be digital. They feel more premium. I can't really describe what it is. I asked my buddy, I'm like, is it just me, or do these triggers for digital feel a lot better than the current Pro controller? He's like, yeah, no, they feel better. I don't know if you guys all feel the same about that, but I think something about the squish and the click of them feels a lot nicer. The Pro controller, it's buttery, silky smooth. Something about that texture just feels so nice.
Right.
I'm not going to go as far to say that it's my favorite controller, but it's without a doubt my second favorite controller to play with right now. I'm going to give the edge. I'm going to give the edge to the DualSense Edge because it has two features.
Good play on words.
Features that were highly requested by me, and I begged Nintendo. They didn't listen. That's on them. But it was analog triggers. Obviously, they feel so good. We love them, especially with the launch title being Mario Kart and Metroid Prime 4. Feeling that analog charge would have been so nice. The second feature, which I'm bummed that we didn't get it because we had it on the Wii, and I think it adds to immersion, and the DualSense and DualSense Edge both have it, is the built-in speaker. Just using it for like Zelda jingles or like Midna. We had it on PlayStation with Final Fantasy Remake and Rebirth. It just adds an extra layer of immersion that I would have loved to see. That being said, the DualSense Edge is like it came later, and it's a super expensive. It's like $250, super premium. As far as like a launch controller goes, I think this is the best one of the modern consoles. And in that regard, it's my favorite launch day controller and best launch day controller to play with. I love it. I think the buttons feel great. The size of it, the grip, the grips on it feel slightly smaller to me. I was kind of comparing, but more comfy and more ergonomic. Obviously, I'm a huge fan of the paddle buttons. I love how they're flush on this one. I think that's a really nice touch to keep with the ergonomics of this controller. So the left paddle is going to be default run button. I've been doing that for years, ever since we started getting controllers with paddles on it. It's just such a nice feature. I love that the controllers are fully programmable. Joy-Cons, again, they feel nice. It has been extremely painful anytime on Switch 1 that I'm at someone else's house and I don't bring my Pro Controller. I know we're going to be doing Smash or doing some karting, and I get stuck with the puppy dog with the Joy-Cons. I'm like, damn it, this sucks. I don't like the way the OG Joy-Cons feel. As soon as Cracked came out with the Nitro deck, I switched and I never went back for handheld. They're too small. They cramp my fingers. The sticks feel like crap on them. They're very novel and a very cool novelty at the time. I think they're great for kids, but for an adult, they just don't make the cut for me. These I played with the grip, and I was like, hey, like this ain't so bad. Obviously, I prefer the Pro Controller, but if I get stuck with it, I'm not really complaining. The buttons feel good. The size is better. The grip is nicer, and the sticks feel excellent. There was no compromise with the sticks this time. The magnets, it is way more satisfying feeling those Joy-Cons click into the Switch. Way more satisfying. It's not a pain in the ass. I don't have to worry about my rail breaking, my left rail. I don't know if it's the rail or the Joy-Con, but you apply a little bit force and my left Joy-Con pops out of my Switch, unfortunately. There's no wiggle. There's no wiggle anymore. Every set of Joy-Cons that I have, and I've taken good care of them, they all have a little bit of give to them. This is solid. It feels like a solid one-piece unit, not like three pieces put together. Let me see. I put some notes. Feels amazing. Definitely the Pro Controller has more heft. It feels more premium. Let's see. It made me feel like I never want to touch, like if I don't have to, I don't want to touch the OG Pro Controller. I just want to use this, and I want to give the OG Pro Controller to friends and family. Let's see. The hardware, just looking at it, the pictures, it's one of those things where it doesn't quite do it justice. Setting up the Switch 2 with the Joy-Cons and laying it down is a much sleeker and beautiful system. It looks more modern. The matte black is really nice, but the colored accents give it that extra flair and pop that I love so much. I could have done with, some of the colored symbols on the buttons, but the system's beautiful. The original Switch looks more like a toy than this that looks more like a premium modern piece of hardware, and I love that so much. The screen is bigger and absolutely gorgeous. We've all mentioned it's a bummer we're not getting the OLED, but man, that HDR pops and it looks good. I did half my time in Mario Kart in handheld, and I was like, dude, this screen is so nice.
Can I just say something?
Nice. Yes.
All the things that everyone said that tried to call bullshit on, that I said in all my Switch 2 experience videos, everybody is saying it today. Everybody.
Yep.
Dead on. And I'm just happy that everyone feels the same way I did.
Yeah. Well, hey man, like I get the skepticism. We're a Nintendo podcast, Obviously, we're all hardcore Nintendo fans. People are going to have their perceptions of what biases we may have. But I do think a lot of this, and this goes back to the Zelda footage. This goes back to actually playing with the hardware. Sometimes seeing is believing. And I really do think having this game or this system and its games in hand really, really changed my perception. I was already excited, but I am loving this hardware. Let me just see what else I have.
Happy to hear that.
Triggers feel better. And again, made me feel like I have no reason to go back to the Switch. And that's a feeling I've had with a lot of console jumps, but not always. Not all console jumps I feel that way. When I got PS5, which I got launch day, I never felt like I'm so done with PS4 and I need this day one. I feel that with Switch 2. With the Wii U, it was like I needed the Switch. Like I needed this better experience. With even PS1 to PS2, that was like, oh my gosh, I needed this. I don't want to go back to PS1 ever again. It's different each generation. PS3 to PS4, I thought PS4, the controller was way more ergonomic. So sometimes generations land it. Sometimes it's a little bit close and you don't feel the need. I think the Switch 2 is leaps and bounds better than Switch 1. I think it's no contest. It feels like a huge stride. And we're in the early days. Like, you know how it is with new hardware, whether it's a Sony machine, an Xbox machine, or a Nintendo machine. As time goes on, the games and the experiences and the visuals get better and better and better. So this has been a fantastic day one. Again, I probably put 6 to 7 hours on Switch 2. So these are early thoughts. You know, new complaints might come up over time. New praises might come up over time. Time will tell for that. I will say, if I had to give one complaint to the hardware, and it's only because I have an OLED model of the Switch 1. The only bummer with the screen, it's not the OLED for me. I think the HDR is beautiful. I think people don't hyperfixate on the OLED. The HDR is gorgeous on this thing. The colors pop. It's sharp, beautiful 1080p. The one gripe I have with the screen, and I think it's a bigger deal, is the bezel. Get rid of the bezel, and it's perfect. That's my only gripe.
Custom mod it, baby.
Yeah, or custom mod it, which I'm way too scared to do. If there's
we also
anyone
know why about
trustworthy.
the bezel, and that's because of the magnet.
Yep.
Sticks in a little bit.
Yep.
No.
But yeah, that's my only gripe. It wouldn't be that it's not OLED. It would be that there's a bezel. And I would love to see that because the screen's so beautiful. Give me the full landscape, baby. All the real estate.
Yeah, they did that. So when they do the OLED or bigger model, that's the selling point. Bezel gone. Sky Swords, Alyssa, hardware. What are we feeling?
So yeah, as Gamebird said, you want to talk about buttery. I see why they did that so much in the promotional stuff. It's like, yeah, it's so satisfying. I also agree. Like, I like how flush these are. Like, it doesn't feel like as easy to accidentally tap them. And it's so it's not quite velvety, but it's smooth. I saw Nate over there touching it and listening to the sticks.
But it was because one thing, because Stash was talking about how everything he said was right. Well, the one thing I haven't seen people talk about today was how he said there was something different about the way the material feels, and I wasn't thinking about it today. But we were using this for 8 hours, this controller, and my hand never sweated one time. And this thing felt cool to touch the whole. What the fuck voodoo magic did they fucking do to this controller?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying, dude.
Now that you think about it, I don't think my hands got sweaty.
What is it?
My hands usually get pretty sweaty.
What do they do?
I wanted to add one real thing. It was in a note that I just skipped over. Go ahead. Alyssa, I'm sorry to cut you off. I just want to add this real quick because I think it's important because I mentioned the DualSense Edge. There are features to this controller that I think blow that controller out of the water. We've all talked about it. The texture, that buttery, silky, smooth texture. The feel of it is better than the DualSense Edge. The ergonomic placement of those paddle buttons is nicer. You're not going to accidentally press it in. It's got to be a meaningful press. And lastly, and most importantly, the one thing that gives this, no pun intended, the edge over the edge is the fact that it has a 40-hour battery life, and the DualSense Edge battery life is ass. But the DualSense Edge is a bitchin' controller. It just is, with a shit battery life. But anyways, take it away, Alyssa. Sorry.
Jesus Christ.
I've noticed almost right away, because sometimes I don't really like scrolling with the stick. I like to use the D-pad, and I push the buttons on it and they feel bigger. And I actually have little baby hands, but it actually I don't know. I liked that they were a little bigger on that side. I actually didn't even get a Switch Pro controller until the Tears of the Kingdom one came out, so I was just using Joy-Cons.
I'm so sorry.
I'm just me too. my hand's like, it fits pretty good in my hand, and you can see that this is like bigger. There's like this much more gap for me, but I mean, I like it, and I kept snapping it in and out of the grip a lot because I was like, that's just so satisfying. The way it like just snaps right in.
Yeah.
I actually after I unboxed it, I forgot you could put them on upside down. I like went to turn the system on, and I was like, wait a minute. So I, like,
well, welcome toward telling you about that. It says you could do it, but we wouldn't recommend it.
Yeah, I didn't even realize. I was one of the people that I did not go to bed right away. I had planned to live stream me unboxing it and setting it up right away. So I actually didn't go to bed until like 5:30 in the morning today. The
Nice.
sun came up, but you know, I got some sleep in. I feel all right though, but yeah, I got all my other prep done before then, so I could just focus on that. I was a little tired beforehand, but I was like, I committed to this. I can't go back. I promised, you know what I mean? So, but I like the UI to like the little changes they made. Like they have the different little sounds, and I love the
yeah.
It's not like rainbow, but it's like some like white iridescent type outline they have on this.
Yeah,
on the
it's like a
icons,
purple-
everything. Yeah,
it's
it's
like
like
purpley,
bluish,
radiant and stuff.
yeah, I really like that. Just some of the smaller changes that were on Switch 1 that are a little different this time. But like everybody else pretty much touched on everything else. So I just kind of wanted to talk about how satisfying the snapping was.
Did anyone else feel like when you first go through all the setup and then it does the Switch logo and then it brings you into the UI for the first time and it plays like a nice little jingle? I was sad when it ended. I was like, just keep the jingle going. Just keep it going.
To my microphone, and I'm like, oh my god, there's the charm. It's still in there. Nintendo still has it.
Speaking of charm, one thing I did notice too is all the little buttons across the bottom, like the little menu buttons. Like the one that really actually I love a lot is the gear, because it sounds like the settings gear. Because when you like go into the settings, it's like a little ratchet that goes instead of like a little pling. Each one has a little sound.
Yeah,
they're different, and it's just a awesome little touch that you wouldn't think of. And all of a sudden, the first time I went into the settings, I went, wait a minute, what the hell was that? Backed out, went back in, went back out, went back in, went, this is awesome.
I only turned it on once from like dock mode to the TV, but it made a sound when I turned it on. So I don't know if that does it every time, because it didn't make a sound before when you would turn it on. Like from TV mode. So I'd have to test that out again, but I swear I heard it make some kind of noise. I was going to say something else, but I can't remember.
Okay. We'll get into my thoughts on the hardware since I don't have Alarmo going off.
Yeah.
You heard the
I was
alarm?
going to say Alarmo.
At least you know it's 8.
Yeah.
First, I'm
It is
just going to start with the Pro Controller. Yeah, hearing a lot of talk about how like the best controller of all time. I don't know if I'm going to go there. The DualSense rocks.
Yeah.
And the DualSense rocks because it actually uses its rumble features, and
Absolutely.
it's not just that it has the analog triggers. I actually don't give a shit about analog triggers because I don't play games that need it. I don't play a lot of race as an example. But what I do like is the tension they put in it for things like shooting a bow and Horizon and stuff like that. So that's the thing, is like the utility of that is unlike any controller in existence. And so to me, DualSense is probably still the best overall controller because it actually adds to immersion. Whereas nothing about this is adding to my immersion. What this is doing is taking a bog standard controller and making it where no one's really going to be able to do a standard controller better without going that extra mile of creating more immersion or something like. And when I say better, there's caveats. The sticks. These are the best feeling control sticks I've ever felt in my entire life. And I don't know what they did. They talked about the silence. I don't really care about the silence. It's pretty silent. I mean, they're still inaudible. Like, I can hear it now when you're hitting this. I can still hear it hit the side. But it's the quietest I've ever seen. But or ever heard, that's what I should say. But that's how smooth they are to move. Again, someone's probably already torn it down and I just haven't seen the video yet. But they did something to these sticks that no one else has ever done before. And my caveat is, if it's still like the same sort, like if they obviously did something different, but if it's somehow still the same core mechanism underneath it all, they're going to have drift problems like I had on Switch 1. So I'm leaving that as a caveat because it's early days. Like, if we could still have issues with these sticks down the line that we don't know about yet. Again, someone might have already torn it down and seen what tech it is, because we can determine what these are. Like, we were debating before, are they Hall sensing sticks? Are they not? Are they some other type of tech? Well, it's right here. I can take it apart and find out. I just don't want to break my Pro Controller because I don't want it to buy another one. But someone else has probably already done it, I'm sure. I just have to look online. I haven't had a chance to really look at what anyone else is doing because I've been focusing on me. So I want to keep that caveat on that these are the best sticks I've ever used in my life, but we don't know about longevity. Okay. But God, they feel good. And you would think it would just, okay, cool, that's the Pro Controller. No, because they did the same fucking voodoo magic on the goddamn. These are so smooth. What are we doing?
Mm-hmm.
What did they do to these controllers? Now, yes, these are obviously lower profile sticks, right? Mm-hmm. So they do feel better on the Pro Controller, absolutely. But they're equally smooth.
It's close. Yeah, I think it's pretty close, to be honest. It's impressively close. I'll say that.
Yeah, these are like twice as tall as the Joy-Cons, and it's where you get that additional travel with it, like a standard stick. Mm-hmm. That's really the big difference. Now, I have some grips on mine I got from D-Brand that actually massively improved this even more. I didn't even realize. I usually hate thumb grips. Wasted some money to me. These ones are really good. I don't know what the hell they did. I didn't even put them in my video, like when I was advertising them. I didn't even put the thumbsticks on because I can give a shit. Okay, I like them. Sorry, I gotta stop talking about my sponsors. I actually legitimately Lexar and D-Brand are sponsoring the channel, and they're some of the best fucking things I've ever used. So, but when we're talking about the controller, these control sticks are just wow. You guys might think I'm exaggerating if you haven't used it yet. I'm telling you, there's something special about these sticks. I just hope they have longevity. We don't know that yet. It was mentioned that these buttons on the back. Now, I would say if you have smaller hands, it's possible if you're someone that grips your controller really tightly in tense situations, you could potentially push them. I have bigger hands. So when I do that, my fingers are just past it right here. So I can't accidentally press them. So for me, they're in the perfect position because I do, as Gamer said, have to intentionally press them, but it's really easy to do it. But I could see if you had smaller hands that might not be the case. You might have to learn to reposition your hand or just not use them. They are completely optional. Mm-hmm. That's the thing too. But the custom mapability of it is really cool. I will say something. These are digital triggers, right? But something about them, and I was just using the Switch 1 Pro controller last week. Something about them. They did something that look, I'm not going to act like they're impressive. They're digital, right? You press it down, it's a button press, but it's just smoother.
Yeah. It's not that it's not this holy shit. Oh my God, these triggers. It's this feels better for some reason. I don't know what's different, but it feels better than the Pro.
It goes along with the whole design language of the system that this feels like a premium thing. And to be fair, they're charging a premium price, $85 to get this Pro controller. Unless you go to Costco right now, guys, $10 off at Costco right now. You gotta be a member, so that's kind of where they get the money back from it. But yeah, no, just this controller, just everything about it, even the face buttons are slightly bigger. Again, they're not the greatest buttons. There are ones I've had on some third-party controllers where they have the more mechanical style that's really nice. But you know what? I don't need that. And no other controller that comes with a console has that. They're just fine. The D-pad I haven't experimented much with. I think to get a good feel for the D-pad, I have to play a game that is perfect for a D-pad. And I don't really play a lot of those games. Sure. So I got to mess around with that a little bit more. I think one game that's going to be a huge test for me is Echoes of Wisdom, because you use the D-pad a fuck ton to navigate through the echoes and stuff. So I want to get back into that because it seems like they fixed most of the frame rate issues and everything there. So, and they added that whole favorites thing, which is also on Switch 1, by the way. So I'm really glad they did that quality of life update. So that might be where I figure it out. Obviously, any sort of like side-scrolling 2D platformers, people like using them for. I don't really play a lot of those, but I need to force myself to play with them more. My initial impression is I haven't had a mispress yet. And that was something I noticed when I do use it, even in menus, that I would get mispresses on that didn't make any sense. Like I'm pressing left, but it went down for some reason. Like why? Because of how it's designed. I haven't had that happen yet, but again, it's day one. So, but mileage might vary. I feel like they made it better. I think Nintendo, they invented the damn thing. They know how to make a good D-pad, but they outsource a lot of stuff sometimes. And for some reason, they just didn't get it right on Switch 1. They might have corrected that here. I haven't used the C button on here yet. Again, I was only one game chat. So I guess I tapped it one time to join that game chat. It worked. Everything was fine. And everything else is just like normal buttons, just the way it feels. I know I keep bringing like 8 hours, hand never sweated. How?
Yeah.
How was it still cool to the touch 8 hours later? I don't know. It says
I told you.
151. I don't know what the fuck this is.
Element 151, baby.
What is going on? And it's the whole back. Like if you touch it, it's the whole back of the controller. It's a different material when your thumb's up here because it's like sectioned off here. That's a different material than whatever is here where your actual hand grips. I don't know what it is. It's plastic, obviously. Some coating they did, something they did. But it's awesome. And I hope that it doesn't like wear off. And it just wears in and feels even better over time.
I think Nintendo commissioned Bob Lazar to work on that controller.
Probably.
I want to add something real quick, real short, because I forgot to mention it. I also got to try game chat today. I had my buddy in the living room. I went into my bedroom, used the C button. First thing, you do have to do a setup for it. It makes you verify your email and your phone number and stuff like that. Gives you some security messages like, watch out for harassment, how to report that stuff, all the safety stuff. Obviously Nintendo, they want to protect kids. That's obviously the main reason why it's taken so long for us to get voice chat. I know they were thinking about it on Switch, but they didn't want to take up too much of the memory. But that is a big reason for why we've gotten it so late. I was in handheld mode. I did not have any headphones plugged in. I was just on my Switch 2. And super easy. You press the C button. It pulls up icons of all your friends that are on. You click on the icon. They could press the home button to accept the request instantly. Jump in. And he was talking to me loud and clear. It wasn't like this epic sounding microphone that was, that it was playing. It was very just like basic, but I will say it was loud and clear.
Yeah,
it sounded a little bit like he was talking into like I don't know, like a cup. There was kind of like that reverby sound to it. But I will say this: the DualSense and the DualSense Edge have the built-in speaker, and you could game chat through the controller. I can't use it because I can't hear. Like I have to headphone. Like I can't hear anything you're saying. Let me grab my headphones. That wasn't an issue. It was loud and clear.
So you weren't wearing headphones?
No headphones. No.
Okay, so it was just coming through whatever speakers you had then.
Yeah, he was about to head out the door, and I said, "Real quick before you go, can I test game chat just so I could talk about it for a second?" And it wasn't docked. It was just me holding my device. He was in one room, I was in another. We jumped into a chat, super seamless and easy, and he started talking, and it was loud and clear. So cool. It's a plus. But I obviously I would recommend voice chat with headphones.
Yeah.
So like I have the camera, and it's kind of interesting because like you unbox it, and I'm like, dude, why is this feel so premium? Makes no sense. Why? Like the stand, the bottom, this, and then you get to the top, and you're like, oh, okay, there's the cheap part, the plastic. They use plastic up here. Why? I don't know. Maybe for the flexibility, because it does have like adjustments here. And it does have, you guys can see it. See, it's got the quick twist. Turn it off for people that worry about the privacy stuff. So that's cool. And I gotta say again, my experience with the camera is one, you don't need it. Let's just be clear. As a ton of people showed today, you can plug in any old USB thing into a USB port or the USB-C port and use pretty much any webcam. The Switch will just work. So you don't have to spend $50 plus to get the official Nintendo one. I just wanted to have it just to see what it was like. Again, I did use this in a game chat, and on my end, yeah, it wasn't like 30 FPS. It was laggy, and there was no gameplay in the background. And I got rid of the AI background removal, which was doing a shitty job anyways. Now, I will admit, I think the reason the AI background tool was doing a shitty job, the camera was sitting like 1.5 feet from my face. This is meant to sit by your TV, and you're meant to be like 6 feet away or more. So it was in a pretty tough situation with me having a microphone in front of my face as well to really for the AI. So I don't want to say that's a really good AI background test. But I just wanted to turn it off to see if it would improve the frame rate, and it didn't. So, and that was without gameplay. So it's not just like the gameplay that looks laggy. No, it looks a little laggy with the video chat as well, which then makes me feel like.
Did you try it, Nate? I'm just curious. Did you try it where it was just like the box at the bottom with your face, or did you try it where? Because I know I think it was on the Mario Kart Direct. This is what I was curious about because this is actually more fun to me when they showed it's like the little avatar circle with your face above like your cart.
Yeah,
that to me is more funny.
Yeah.
And I'm curious if that runs smoother since it's a smaller image and it's not taking up that big chunk of the screen.
I didn't get a chance to try that out, so I don't know.
Gotcha.
I'm going to roll, by the way. Before I do, I don't think I'm going to put this on X, but this is going to be a podcast treat. Although I might. But some of you have already been reading in the private chat because I like to be accurate and I like to have more than one source.
Mm-hmm.
And I know if I'm wrong, everyone online on X is going to blah, 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 blah. Even though vast majority of the time when I post up this kind of information, I'm spot on. But it looks like within the first 24 hours, it's being estimated that Nintendo Switch 2 will have generated about $1.5 billion. And that means that no fewer than 3 million systems Nintendo shipped out on day one. If this report is correct that I just got.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a pretty significant amount. If it's real, if that's accurate, 3 million in day one worldwide, that would be...
That's an all-time record.
That would be an all-time record because if you went 1.5 billion divided by 500, you would have 3 million flat out. But there's a $450 model. So if you did that, you would have like 3.3 million. So if you average them out, you have like something like 3.16 million units, maybe, if it's like a 50-50 split or something like that. But it looks like...
Yeah. And that's just day one. That's not including the whole launch weekend.
That's day one. Like,
I think the record was what, 4.21 million by PlayStation in 3 months.
I forgot the window, but they hold a record. Now, my own projection months and months ago was 6.5 million in the launch window.
Yeah.
We'll see how accurate that was, but we'll see if this is accurate today. And like, I just got a little nugget. So it's a podcast treat, but it might be wrong. Like I said, I like to verify this stuff. I like to have more than one person telling me. That's why I'm like not super confident, but for what it's worth, it looks like, unless if this is absolutely BS, it looks like it's a very strong first 24 hours, which shouldn't be too big of a surprise because we've seen the lines, we've seen the tweets and the engagements, and gaming is bigger now than before, and Nintendo has been stockpiling, we know, for a long time.
Yeah, the ramped up manufacturing for this one.
And they're building off of the success and the knowledge that they came from a strong generation, so they're going into this one strong. They have developers and third parties and publishers, being supportive of them early on this time around, then coming a little bit late to the party for Nintendo Switch. So I tend to believe this number, but I will look at more because I have a feeling if I put this up, I'm not trying to just get clicks for the hell of it. I want to put up accuracy. I just don't know yet. So,
and
clip this though. If we hear from Nintendo tomorrow Record-breaking 3 million sold in one day. You heard it here first.
I also think
I remember.
no matter what, Nintendo next week's going to say something about launch weekend.
They don't brag all the time, but
No.
they do sometimes.
When it's
Best and
when it's like all-time record-breaking, they usually say something. They could wait for the next investors meeting, but you know.
I need to learn more. But anyways, I'm gonna go. I made it past my hour mark, past my hour and a half mark because you're all fantastic. Chat's fantastic. Everybody here, great. I'll be watching on the side though.
Thank you, Paul. You have a good rest of your day and weekend, man.
Take it easy,
Have a
Paul.
good one, everybody. Take care.
Good night, Paul.
Bye bye. Good night.
Do we lose Stash too?
I didn't plan for Stash to just.
There he is. I don't know.
I don't know what's going on. I think he removed himself.
No.
No, I'm here. I'm here. It's the link sys, man. It's the link
You
sys
getting the
mesh
villain
system.
stash going?
Oh,
Yeah, I'm trying. Stashman makes me really insecure every week. When
Well,
I look at Stash. This is like
and then he was looking
it's
up
like 20 years of growth right here.
that's
Stash
going on.
usually says something.
Yeah. As Paul said, if he leaves, we all leave.
Anyway,
Podcast is just over because Paul left.
so it was ironic. He said,
Yeah.
Paul says bye, but Stash leaves.
Great.
Anyways,
Better timing.
so just to talk about the camera, I think this is a neat little camera, but I'm starting to understand why like people are making fun of the Piranha Plant one and the other one that's only 480p. I actually think the Switch is only shown in at 480p anyways. And you might go, then why did Nintendo make this 1080p? So when people buy it and they ultimately don't use it that much, you can still use it with your computer and have a decent quality webcam. I think that's the idea. So you can just keep using, like just letting people use this in other situations, because again, with the frame rate of it and with it being 480p, I just don't think, let's put it this way, Wii U video chat worked better. Now you couldn't do that with games. That was the caveat there. So I kind of think it's like this novelty that outside of those unique things that Game Over was talking about, where it is kind of cool what they showed. We're seeing the faces in the game and seeing like their expression. I don't even think you need high frame rate for that anyways. You're just looking for the, I saw you get pissed when the red shelled your ass.
Yeah, and if it's stuttering and it like stutters and catches like the freak out, that'd be a really ugly face for the and stuff. Yeah.
So I think the camera's fine. A little overpriced for what it is, but also I think it's 1080p, so you can use it outside of it. Are you trying to become the new ThunderStash? What are you doing over there?
I'm trying something. I don't really know. Is it working? Anybody? Let me know in the chat. Is it working?
Can
I
one
be the
thing
milkman?
I haven't really used yet is the grip. I really haven't used this. Now, to be fair, I never really used it on Switch 1, so I don't have a lot of thoughts on it yet. I do have an extra set of Joy-Con that don't have the D-brand stuff on, so I'm gonna kind of use that for player 2 for a bit and see if I feel like I need another Pro controller or not. But I don't have any thoughts on that yet, so I'm gonna leave that aside till I have more playtime with it this weekend. The system itself, I don't really know how to describe the way this system feels. And this is like, forget the kill switch that's on here. That's for those wondering. That's what this is using. I can provide a link if you guys want. It's dbrand.com/Nintendo Prime. It'll be shipping end of this month and then into next month. So the thing about this system for me is everything about this feels. Your gamer brought it up. Like it makes the Switch 1, even the OLED, kind of feel like a toy. And that's what we felt like with Switch. It made the Wii U tablet feel like a toy, right? Made it feel like a little Fisher Price toy.
Yeah,
now,
like a baby's toy.
Yeah. And I'm not going to sit here and say this feels like a baby's toy in comparison. No. But it feels like
You have to use your hands.
like a test model.
It's like a baby's toy, dude.
It's like a test model, and this is the real deal.
Yeah,
right?
Switch OG feels like we have Switch 2 at home. You know?
Yeah, it's like everything about it, like even like this mechanism of like disconnecting and connecting, like it feels so good.
Mm-hmm.
It feels so good. Now, I'm not there saying there's no wobble. I can definitely, you can feel a smidge of wiggle, but it's intentional. You know what we found out today on the way back? We were watching a Jerry Rig Everything video, and he tried to break this thing in here. He tried to just snap it off with a Joy-Con, and he tried and tried and tried. And he noticed before he did it, this thing has a little give to it. It has a smidge of wobble, just a little bit. That's the wobble you're feeling with this, and it's intentional, so you can't snap it. It actually makes it more durable.
Because if it was rigid, it would snap off.
If it was rigid, it would snap. It's not. So that little tiny hair is actually a feature and intended. So when a kid goes like this and reefs on, it doesn't snap it off. So the whole fear that was going to be this big weak point that snaps and breaks, not true. Just straight up, not true. It's intentional. They thought about that. They designed it not to break.
Well,
it's not a source. Redemption is Ark. It's not a source. Trust me. Go watch the fucking video. Jerry Rig Everything. That's his job, is to break shit.
Yeah.
He couldn't break it.
Well, again, he could.
Well,
theoretically, if he took like a pliers and went in and snapped it.
Yeah. If you
couldn't break it by
you can intentionally
using
break it.
The Joy-Cons. He couldn't break it using.
You couldn't break it. There's no way in regular use you'll break it.
No.
You have to.
Yeah, dude. You could take any device and be like, I think this is a breaking point, and then smash it with a hammer. I guess it's broken.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So
What is this a channel or something?
What?
Is this like a channel?
Yeah, Jerry Rig Everything. He's a really huge YouTuber. He.
I never heard of him.
That's what he does.
It doesn't mean anything. There's a lot of people I've never heard of.
He tries to break tech and test it and test hardness of things and the materials. And he came away like, hey, outside of the screen, very impressed with the build quality of the system. Like it shocked him. Now, when we say outside of the screen, remember when the story came out that there's a plastic film on top? And everyone's like, oh, I don't need a screen protector. Don't be stupid. Immediately get a screen protector. The shit will scratch with a pair of keys. It's plastic. It's a plastic film. It's the worst kind of screen protector.
Oh man. Redemption arcs.
Like it's very easy to scratch. And if you want to have any like if I had any gripe about it, it's easy to scratch.
You see that comment?
That being said, I have no idea what's going on.
Test hardness.
Yeah, well,
I mean, like the ghosted face.
That being said, it was kind of funny. Like he was talking about it. He got sponsored by D-Brand in that video, and I literally had just put on a D-Brand screen protector. And literally, you need to put on a glass screen protector, guys. Period. Okay, don't be stupid. Don't think you have protection. It's very easy to scratch it. Not that kind of protection, Stash. God damn it. Anyways.
I was laughing at something else, man. That was good though.
Classic Stash.
So yeah, I really I just find outside of that, pretty much everything's high quality. I already talked about the sticks and how great they are on here, just like they are on the Pro Controller. The buttons feel good. Honestly, even without a grip, this just feels better in the hands than any of the other Switches did, even the Lite. Like it just, you don't really need to have a grip. But I will say that, like anything, I have big hands, so it does feel nicer with a grip on. But for the first time, I can.
Stash, what's going on tonight, man?
I'm losing it. It's that cigar he had last night. It's doing all sorts of things to him today.
Feel a bit.
What did you put in that cigar, Stash? Was that a custom roll over there?
No, that was a Perdomo 30th.
Weird. I'm just checking over there, but no. Everything about it just feels premium. The bezels are kind of a thing, that it's like when you come from the OLED, you're like, oh man, those bezels. More so the ones on the right and left. The top and bottom, you can see the bezels there. The top and bottom's not too bad. The right and left are like twice as big. Now I'm sure a lot of that is because of the mechanism in there. They needed like a gap for the mechanism. But also, screen technology is like paper thin. They could have did. I know it's edgelit. That's been proven a long time ago and got double confirmed today. But honestly, it's so much bigger than the other screen, and it looks so good that honestly, I really don't care that much. And I think obviously there was an excuse there for, hey, when we make the bigger model, we don't actually have to make it bigger. We can just get rid of the bezel, and now it's an OLED or whatever they decide to do. One disappointing thing, and this was confirmed today as well, and we've already knew this, no VRR, even on a G-Sync monitor, doesn't work. Sucks. I tested it myself before my live stream today. Because I have a G-Sync monitor, no VRR, even with a G-Sync. So there is like a known handshaking issue between DisplayPort 1.4 and HDMI 2.1 over USB-C. It's a known issue, but not one that in theory couldn't get fixed one day. It just hasn't across the tech space yet. So I'm thinking that could be the issue and might get patched in the future because after all, we can update our dock. That is the thing. There's no update for it yet. I tried. There's no update yet. But you know, unlike the Switch 1 when they added the update dock with the Switch OLED, which was clearly meant to be a Switch Pro, but it's not, so there's no reason to update the dock. I think there will be updates to the dock firmware in the future, and they might be able to get VRR working someday, consistently anyways. To be clear, VRR over DisplayPort to HDMI over USB-C can be done. It's just so finicky. So like there's just a lot of issues to iron out with it. It's not just a Nintendo issue. It's actually like in the tech space. It's a well-known problem. All right. Setting that aside, everything about it just feels I don't look, I'm a Nintendo shill, right? Should I just go all in on it? It feels perfect.
Yeah.
I can't think of anything I would really change. I mean, even with like the plastic screen thing, I was always gonna put a screen protector on anyway. I ain't risking scratching the fucking main screen of my device. Dude, the iPhone also has like Gorilla Glass or whatever the fuck they put on. I always put a screen protector on anyways. I ain't risking scratching that fucking thing. This thing's worth too much money. So like, you know, buy a $10 screen protector. Who gives a shit? You know, and a lot of them these days are lifetime warranty. Breaks, they'll just send you another one. Yeah. So, you know, as long as you're using a reputable company, you know, it's going to actually be around for a while. Maybe don't try AliExpress and think you're going to get that warranty.
Yeah.
No, you know, Temu. I don't know if the Temu warranty policies are going to be the best for you. But no, everything I have touched, like it's actually kind of weird because the thing that feels the cheapest is the dock. Like the dock, it's just because like I can ham sandwich and squeeze it together, and it's just like very plasticky. Yeah, ham sandwich. Have you never made a ham sandwich and squeezed your bread together? What are we doing?
Not like you have.
Oh, I'll do it on stream.
Please don't.
See, look at this. Watch it. See this? Yeah. Look at that. Look at that. Yes.
Yeah.
This is cheap ass plastic. Everything else feels so premium. This feels out of place. That's like the one weird thing about the dock. It does its job. It's fine, right? Yeah. You put it in, it goes to your TV. You're not meant to think that hard about it. But I did notice like immediately that this just feels like a really cheap piece of shit. It just feels that way because the materials used are not nearly as premium as everything else. And to be fair, that's the right decision because the thing would be more expensive if they used more premium materials. And for something that's meant to plug in and it goes to your TV, they don't need to do anything crazy with it. But it just felt weird because this stupid thing from D-Brand feels more premium than the dock itself.
Yeah.
I don't know why. And this is just like a 3D printed plastic, but I think it's just like the finish they put on it.
Yeah.
All it is plastic with like a cable, right? There's nothing like that fancy about it.
Yeah, Nate, I agree with you. Obviously, I haven't played with my dock as much as you, but
I play with my dock every day.
But what I will say is, I agree. I think it's like the one area where it doesn't necessarily feel more premium. Obviously, it's got the vents now for the fan and stuff. Although I did, when I did remove my Switch 2 from the dock, it was quite warm.
It's almost as if the fan of the dock doesn't cool the Switch like Nintendo said it did.
Yeah, it was quite warm, to be honest. But I feel like the dock is one of those areas where, I mean, it's the dock. It's what you put your Switch in so you could play on your TV. It's not that big of a deal. I would have liked to see the dock. I think it's an upgrade from the last couple docks that we've gotten, but I still think it would have been nice to have something that looks more sleek and matches the style better of the actual Switch 2. I mean, even coloring the logo, I think would have added to the appeal instead of just having that black logo that kind of blends in. That's hard to see.
And I think it doesn't help that the Switch OLED dock feels more premium.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a lot thicker.
It's thicker. It feels more solid. It's heavier.
Yeah,
and even though it's less featured. So I think that's the thing, is that coming from the OLED, like this is the one thing that just feels less premium, and it's fine because there's going to be a bigger OLED model one day and it's going to have a more premium dock. We know what we know. They're trying to save money, so I'm not really mad about it because again, this is just meant to sit on your TV and you just use it. It was just something I noticed because like when I'm grabbing this stupid camera and it feels more premium than the dock, I'm like, what are we doing? It's like the least useful of all your things. It's fine, guys. I know I'm trying to nitpick because the bottom line is this fucking thing is fantastic in every sense of the word. The speakers sound amazing. The microphone, all it has to be is usable. It's usable. People don't sound distorted with it. It's just a little echoey, but what do you expect for a microphone that's not next to your mouth? Like it's going to be echoey. That's just the way it is. Stash is over there like, yo.
I'm just trying to figure out what this has to do with the dolphin.
Well, nothing. Why are we talking about dolphins?
Reinhardt Finkel.
You keep saying Echo. Echo the dolphin?
Echo? Yeah.
Cue the crickets, everybody. Do you have a crickets on your sandboard, Nate?
Hey,
No.
I'm just trying to figure things out here, man.
Finkel is Einhorn. Einhorn's Finkel.
Absolutely.
Hey, Nate.
I just want to let you know that this is how I feel right now. Okay, I did this.
Okay.
I guess. So you come
Down for loser.
I'm in a town full of losers, but I think.
Hey, man.
But I think
Echo
I
the
like
Dolphins
it.
coming
Yeah.
back this year. Makes sense that I thought you were talking about.
Anyways, just to round it up, I think the hardware is fantastic. I think the screen is fantastic. The HDR, I mean, it really pops on here. And Nintendo, can we not wait till it's in consumers' hands to see dark mode in the future? Can we just stop pretending that everyone likes light mode? Now, more people like light mode than I realized. But come on. Would it kill you? Like one commercial, have dark mode be the only thing shown? Would it kill you? Not just when you're showing off that there's all the other modes. Just in general, marketing material.
No, because then that might imply themes.
Wait a second. Yeah. Which, if you watch the intro, Nate loves. He loves themes.
I love themes. Yeah,
It was one of his top loves. I had to include it because I know how passionate he is. About
I
that.
forgot one last thing. Mouse mode.
Mm-hmm.
Mouse mode.
I did not get to try mouse mode, so I'm curious your thoughts, Nate, and yours too, Alyssa, if you got to try it.
So I used it a little bit in Cyberpunk. I use that obviously in the menus and stuff like that because I literally just take it off and just start using it. I will say it definitely is more sturdy when you do put these on. For once, I might actually use these.
Mm-hmm.
Where I didn't really use them on Switch 1. Oh, they make the buttons bigger. They still felt like shit, so who cared? But this actually made it more stable, which is not something I expected. But to be fair, it's perfectly usable without them. Like you want to go back and forth, you totally can, because your hand is ultimately going to determine if it falls. But one thing I want to point out, Eric, is that we're still idiots.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So how this goes on, right?
Yep.
We know it has a little slot at the bottom, goes on like this, right? Snaps on.
Yep.
And we're like, oh, we just pull from the top like this and it comes off.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the intended way to take it off is the same way you take it off the Switch. You push the button. Watch this top part. Watch it.
What button?
The button that we use to take it off the system. See, pops up. That's the way it's meant to come off.
You know.
So we're actually just yanking off the mechanism when really we're probably breaking down the plastic in there.
You know,
and we should be pressing the button meant to remove it. So to let you know that we're still idiots.
Oh, yeah.
And it was the number one liked comment on our unboxing is that you guys are stupid. Press the button.
I mean, fair enough. I was trying to press the button, the one on top.
Not that button.
Not that button.
So we've been doing it wrong all day.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Hey, at least this time, there's no panic when you do it wrong. I remember my same friend who was here for this launch. We were together for the midnight release of the OG Switch. I remember right when he slotted that attachment on, he did it upside down and was instant panic. It's like, dude, I think I just broke my Joy-Con. I just broke it.
Yeah. You can ruin the lock mechanism. Oh, a lot of people did that day one. They fucked it up. And then outside of that, this is probably less a comment on the hardware. This is more just a comment on the overall fitting the hardware with the system. I know a lot of people are disappointed. They're using like the same operating system with not a whole lot different, but everything just feels smoother, snappier, better. The eShop, I'm not going to say it's like as smooth as I want it to be. There's still a little bit of hitches here and there, but my God, it went from being a hunk of garbage to, you know what? I actually am going to browse the eShop to find games sometimes, which is something I never did on Switch 1 because it was so bad. And the fact that they have like the featured game section, but then also like the For You section. Now, the For You section, I got to admit right now, I think hypothetically it's a good idea. Right now it's suggesting a bunch of games I would never play. But I think it's because all of the games I have on my Switch 2 I bought before I had Switch 2. So it doesn't really know enough data on the Switch 2 to really suggest things for me. So I need to play more. I got to buy more, and then it'll know. So I'm sort of like hypothetically saying, oh, this should be better in the future. Will it be? I don't know. Like we saw when they showed it up, it would show games your friends are playing. None of my friends are playing the games it's suggesting me. So like, I just don't think it has data yet. So
I'm sure the algorithm will grow over time.
But otherwise, I liked it. It's more useful. It just looks cleaner. I was comparing it to Switch 1, and they updated it on Switch 1 as well. It's just, I don't know, even this, just looking at like sales and stuff, it just looks nicer even than the update on Switch 1. And I don't know why, but it just does. They have more RAM dedicated to it. Maybe it's a local app this time. That could be it.
I have a question for you guys because this is not something I've checked out on Switch or Switch 2 for that matter. Did they make any changes to the way you add friends, or is it still friend code?
You can do it now with the app, like entirely with your phone app, with the QR.
But is it still friend code? Oh, it's
you can use a QR code.
Okay,
but better. Like you can still do friend code. Yeah. And it's still with the phone app, which is whatever. Well, I do think it's neat, like the Zelda Notes app, like the same thing. You want to share like an item or something, QR code, and you can actually make it look like badass, and then just send it to people. Kind of neat. And then again, I think most of the Zelda Notes functionality should just be put in the games, but you know, the sharing stuff is fine. I actually like, and again, this speaks to the more premium thing. All your screenshots, all your videos just automatically are on your Nintendo Switch app. So you can just share it to any social media you want. You don't have to deal with, does Nintendo want to use Twitter's API? Doesn't matter. Do you have Twitter on your phone? You could just share it right off the Today app. Like, it makes sense. It should just automatically sync. That's awesome. I like that. So what I don't like, Nintendo, is that you still limited it to 30 seconds and the clips are still bullshit. They're low resolution trash. This is a 4K system. If I can't do a 30-second 4K clip, what are we doing? What's the point? I want to show my friend how amazing Tears of the Kingdom looks in full HDR 4K 60. No, it looks like a 720. Looks worse. What are we doing? It's an image. What are we doing?
Yeah, I agree.
So I don't know.
That's something that would be a nice update.
So again, I just want to point out I am in love with this system. But just like with Switch, I had some complaints, and I have some complaints with this as well. And that's okay. You know what it's called? Maybe I'm not as big of a shill as you think. No, I'm fucking so excited. Oh my God. I can't wait. I can't wait till I finally get a good night's sleep and I don't have like summer Game Pass going on and I get to plow like 12 hours in a row. Mm-hmm. Plow.
Oh,
right up in there.
I want to add something real quick. I'm glad you mentioned summer this game. I'm gonna.
The funny thing is, I used to
I'm
thought it
done.
was intentional every time.
Yeah.
I got to figure out how to turn this off.
Yeah,
Man.
it's in the app.
Gestures,
You can turn it off. I
Yeah.
literally know what camera you use.
Yeah. But I want to add this. It's slightly off topic, or no, it's completely off topic. But we last week we were talking about our Summer Games Fest predictions, and I made a prediction for Summer Games Fest that while this might still be at Summer Games Fest, I predicted it as a Nintendo announcement, and this game got announced. And I was super shocked. It was in the State of Play that just happened. If you guys remember, when we're going over predictions, I said, I have a feeling we're going to see the new Suda 51 game, Grasshopper Studios, for Switch 2 at the Summer Games Fest. His new game, Grasshopper Studios, looks really good. It was in the State of Play. Fully expecting it to come to Switch. Suda loves Nintendo. Great relationship there. We've gotten all the No More Heroes. This game, if you guys are a No More Heroes fan, and it comes to Switch, it looks rad. It looks like the spiritual successor to the game. Really, really cool.
Cool.
But
let me get the Stash.
I got a prediction right. So
I tossed Stash at the end because, bottom line is he didn't really get to play it today.
Yeah.
But as he said earlier, everything we're talking about, besides maybe me talking about the stick of the camera, he pretty much said all of this already.
I'm just really glad it's unanimous. I wasn't bullshitting. There's no reason to be I play all the consoles. So for me, on my YouTube channel, obviously I had all of the console warriors come out to play. It's bro, do you look at my channel? I review games on every console, man. If it's crap, I'll say it's crap.
Sorry, there was a new system launch. My bad. Wait till the next PlayStation launches. There'll be a shit.
I'll be
content on
there.
that.
Yeah, I buy them all, man. I'm a connoisseur. I love video games. This is literally what I love. So it's just good to see that everyone is enjoying it and that everything checks out, right, man? And Gamebird, you mentioned earlier about Cyberpunk, and that's just another thing is that this is a launch title. What are the games going to look like in 2 years, 3 years? What's it going to look like when Retro does it and it's not a Switch 1 version for Switch 2, like Metroid Prime 4, Monolith, right? What are the games going to look like if we can do this right now? What's it going to look like when DLSS gets upgraded?
Yeah.
And I do
what
believe
the hell is the next
wholeheartedly
Zelda
that
gonna
we
look
are
like?
going to get a patch. We're going to get a patch on the dock. I have no doubts. We're going to get VRR. I have no doubts.
Yeah, didn't they say in an interview that they're not
It'll
rolling
happen.
it out down the road, VRR?
I think so.
They
But
have a no comment on if it'll be there in the future. So they weren't like, oh, we're not going to. It's kind of like a
guys, it wasn't an accident that it was on the website.
yeah. They want it. They want it to be.
What was wrong is that it's not dialed in.
And again, this is an issue with this exact method in all of tech. It works, but not consistent. And the last thing Nintendo wants to do is launch something that people think is broken because it actually is broken. It doesn't work all the time. But they're like, why can it work? Because they're not doing they're not doing a 1.4 handshake with your local screen on your Switch. It's literally DisplayPort on your G-Sync screen on your Switch. There's no handshaking. So that's why they can do it there. It's different when you got to go over USB-C to HDMI, which is the common display input for TVs. So, that said, before we dive into our deep thoughts on Mario Kart, because I think that's the huge launch game that we should really give some deeper thoughts on. I want to get to that story about GameStop.
Okay. Yeah, I can jump into that one. Give me one more second. One thing we didn't actually talk about, the kickstand. That thing is actually pretty damn nice. I know, like you said, you did have one kind of complaint on that one, Nate, where if you kind of pry from the middle, it kind of bends a little bit, but if you pop from the sides, it doesn't feel like it bends at all. But that thing is actually pretty solid. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, I was worried when we were first looking at it in those reveal footage. I was like, this seems like a downgrade from the OLED kickstand. But you're right. No, it's solid. It's nice.
Mhm.
I'm not worried about it at all.
Yeah,
after trying it out.
I'll say this. Even with the bend, I literally in my unboxing video just full grab and start fucking shaking it, and I was not even worried. Why did I do it? Because I wasn't worried.
Right.
No,
It was
I
like
knew
a
nothing bad was going to
bend. It
happen.
was a-
And if something bad did happen, I'm about to make headlines. Either way, I win. I either win because I'm right, or I win because I'm horribly wrong, and it's going all over the internet.
Mm-hmm. Kind of like
shit. I broke my Switch too.
Kind of like this next topic that we're going into.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And to be fair, there is a positive end to this story, but is it positive? Look,
I don't know.
Let's just get into this because there's an article about IGN. When IGN's covering it, sometimes
I've seen it other places.
Yeah,
too,
I know, but when IGN covers it, usually means it's kind of a little bit of a serious thing here. So IGN's out here. To Nintendo Switch 2 screen punctures ruin launch day for fans due to store receipts stapled to console box. Oh man, did we get someone added in? No, it's ThunderStash. What are you doing?
Running away again.
It's his internet. It's his internet or whatever network he's on, whatever Wi-Fi he's on. So this IGN article is wild.
Mm-hmm.
And because it's true, we've seen lots and lots of photos all day long. Nintendo Switch 2 owners are opening consoles with punctured screens, and it's not Nintendo's fault. Although some people are kind of blaming Nintendo a little bit. Well, I'll say this. The reason the screens got punctured is because certain GameStops were stapling the receipts to the box. Now, if you open your Switch 2 box, you'll notice it's a thin piece of cardboard, and then there's your console. Now,
there's a small piece of foam, and
the console doesn't move.
Bag, and
the console doesn't move. It's secure in there, and you could probably drop it flat on there, and nothing's going to happen. But it is thin. But I'm not going to blame Nintendo for this because nobody should be stapling things to your box.
There was in this article, it did kind of make a point that they probably why are you putting it screen up? Put the damn screen down.
Don't care.
And then put at least a little bit of something.
I don't
in
care.
there.
I don't care.
So
I don't care. Don't staple shit to my retail box.
You're right. But there is, I would say, maybe a 2% thing on Nintendo.
This is where you can call me Shield.
I mean,
don't staple shit to my box.
I mean, yes.
From the photos that I saw, they looked like more. They didn't look like your typical like paper stapler. They looked more like the industrial type staples.
God.
That's just what I thought from the photos. I could be wrong. I'm not.
Photos.
I'm not a staple guy.
Yeah, we'll get to the
correct
photos
me in the comments.
No, I think it was a normal stapler. They just opened it up and then pushed it down.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like to me. And staples can be like that thick. So you got to think about how thick a material it'd have to be for that not to actually hit the screen. And even if you flipped it upside down, it would have scratched and put damage to the back. That's not good either. Better than the screen. But as I said, there is a little bit of a positive end to the story. But anyway, so the GameStop stapled the receipt for me and my friend Switch shoes to the box. And you're gonna get down here and you're gonna see stuff like this. And this is where before there's some right here too, but I'm gonna focus on this one because there's actually an update on this tweet. But you can look at it, you can see right here, you can see the receipt going down the box. So this GameStop and other ones, this one too, they physically stapled this to your thing. What's wild to me is they have a rubber band.
Oh yeah.
Why the fuck are you stapling when you're rubber banded it anyways?
Oh yeah.
And this happened to like hundreds and hundreds. I think there was like 4 different stores so far confirmed. It's like over 1,000 units. And let me show you. You guys haven't even seen the damage yet. Okay, there it is puncturing through the box, right? There it is puncturing through the plastic. There it is on the screen. You see these 2 little dots? That's the fucking staple. Went right into the screen.
I don't think it's showing.
Yeah, it's not showing.
No.
What do you mean it's not showing?
No, it's showing. It's still on the...
All right, hold on. Yeah. I got it.
I mean, you could see it, but not well.
No, right here. Right here. So, what I was trying to show is, you go back here.
There's the rubber band.
There's the rubber band. There's a rubber band. So why are we stapling? Rubber band makes sense. I'm fine with that. It does no damage to anything.
No.
Rubber band makes sense. Cheap.
Well, also, real quick, if you're going to staple to the box, which you shouldn't be, there's people who like boxes as collectibles who are collectors and want to keep their stuff pristine.
Absolutely.
So, like,
You think like GameStop would know that?
I have like all my console boxes still, both PlayStation, Nintendo, and Xbox, even though I've only owned 2 Xboxes. But I have all the boxes. I got my DS boxes still. I keep them. They're in my game room. You guys can't see them from this angle. I've got like my games and stuff like that on this side. But like, don't do that. People like to keep their packaging nice. Secondly, if you are going to do it, why wouldn't they just fold it in half and staple it to the top? Why to the face? Why to the face of the box?
I have
not
2
saying
comments
that, like,
as well.
obviously, yes, there could have been better forethought into the packaging. I think that goes for every manufacturer right now, every company. Dude, the PS5 box, which I still have mine. Mine, like the cardboard's so thin on it. It like I was trying to carefully open it without tearing the cardboard. It was impossible. There's a big tear on mine. So I don't know. Like, yes, they could have done more padding, and maybe they should have. When I opened mine, obviously my receipt wasn't stapled to mine. Everything looked nice and secure to me. This to me is just a really bad oversight.
Imagine if you stapled a receipt to a game box. You could damage the game. Think about it. Like a PS5 disc box. Go ahead, staple the receipt to it. Ruin the disc.
Yeah, I think it's more like. Listen, I think both sides could have done better, but I think like the fact of like stapling into someone's product is never a good idea, regardless of whether or not someone gives a shit about the box.
It's
damaging. I just don't think you should be doing it.
Yeah.
If
I go and buy a watermelon, I don't want the clerk to staple my receipt into the watermelon. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Why is it stacked like drunken Jenga?
There is that.
So this is the one. So
is this
what
they did?
So okay. So listen, I don't mind how it's stacked. We went to. So this gets into the larger conversation about launch and how it was handled.
Oh boy.
So like I think that this GameStop, what they did is they took everyone's stuff and they pre-put it together so they can get them in and out of the store super quick. That's why it's stacked this way. This is what you pre-ordered, pre-put together. Give it to you, get it out of here quick, right? Now, the thing is, GameStop has bags. They could have used bags. And they could have stapled the receipt to the handle of the bag.
Every respectable business has a bag.
We know they have bags. They gave us bags.
Well, there's your problem, Stash. You said
that is the problem. Yeah, you know what? That's part of the problem. My other comment is they need apparently training in video game collecting etiquette. You never staple anything.
That's a bad thing as a game store.
Yeah.
As a game store, like, come on, man. GameStop.
I don't mind the rubber band as like a quick solution if you ran out of bags.
Right.
But the rubber band makes it so you don't need to staple the receipt. That's what I don't get. You already have the solution that doesn't damage anything.
So
I don't even like the rubber band. I'll be honest. I don't like either of them.
Well, no, I don't like the rubber band.
It looks like it's gonna tip over, man.
You know, I don't like the rubber band, but I'd rather they do that than staple something through my box.
How about you just hand it to me?
Well, they could
and I'll just stack it like I'm bringing in like a couple 12 packs of soda. You know, like when you go to Costco and you try and carry like 5 of them in. Just stack them all. Just stack them all in my hands, man. That's not as heavy.
They should do like a Target for console launches. Just do drive-up delivery, man.
So
have some carts.
What I'm trying to point out is like they're trying to be organized because we had situations like Sumbro Nation where they didn't have things pre-done, and it took 45 minutes for like 20 people to get through the store because they didn't have the shit pre-organized to hand to you.
My GameStop killed it. So did my Best Buy.
Yes. It's all up to the managers not being dumbasses.
Yep. That's how it always is, though.
Yeah.
Anywhere you go in life, you can go to 5 different Walmarts. They're all ran differently.
So anyways, you can see it go through the box. You can see it go through the plastic. And obviously you can see it right here. Like
you'd have to zoom in.
Oh, God.
Maybe.
I can't zoom in. That's literally as far as it goes. If I zoom in, the picture gets smaller.
Yeah, fair enough.
So you can kind of see next to the France, Canada.
Yep.
You can see these little specks. Those are punctures from the staple. You can see rear on the box. Like this is the box. Like look where they stapled it. Like right where if you open the box, the switch 2 is right here.
Mm-hmm.
It's damaged goods.
Yeah, it's damaged. I mean, it's just
sell that on Woot.
But here's the thing: it happened to a ton of users, like thousands of units. Now, the reason I wanted to bring up this person,
it's horseshit.
See if it's working. Okay, it looks like it's working. Is
complete horseshit.
There is, despite this being a horrible story, GameStop did right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the generally, and I'm going to have to wait 3 months for a restock. I think it's a little bit of an exaggeration because they're going to have to take care of this, right? It's damaged. They damaged your goods, right? GameStop's responsible. So all these people had it done to their unit, right? Because they were all at that particular GameStop. But this is the update. For all those wondering, this GameStop branch actually came in clutch. The branch sourced around New York and New Jersey to provide replacements to everyone this happened to.
Wow.
Not ideal, but this is day one, and they got it fixed.
That's cool.
So credit to GameStop for being like, we fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
And we got to fix this today. Mm-hmm. Launch day, we got to fix this now. Any GameStop with extra units, we fucking need them. Because we fucked up their systems. You know who's in trouble? The manager of that GameStop. That manager of the GameStop might not be a manager anymore. I'm just throwing that out there. So bringing up this story, which there could be horror stories in other countries. And again, this all comes down to management and whether they're being good or bad. In this case, at these particular GameStops, really fucking stupid. Again, I was at GameStop, and our launch story is they didn't have any of our shit ready. And they were only letting 2 people in the store at a time. Mm-hmm. But at least they gave it to us in a bag.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Like right in front of us. We saw everything. We're all good, right?
Well,
like nothing was damaged. I'm missing an item. I'm missing a charge grip I got to call them about, but I totally spaced out on it. He asked me to check the bag, and I don't know. Dude, I'm excited. I want to get the fuck out of here.
Right.
Anyways, so I'm really happy that they were able to get all those units replaced same day. Like that's the biggest thing is that those people that have to wait for like RMA and wait for GameStop to process. No, they knew they fucked up, and GameStop said, "No, we have extra units at other stores. We're taking care of this. We're not gonna." Yeah, good on GameStop for that part. Mm-hmm. The reaction to the fuck up was good. The fuck up shouldn't have happened. And that manager is probably in a shitload of trouble because he just cost GameStop a lot of money. Because GameStop's gonna have to eat those units now. Mm-hmm. So GameStop ain't happy about the thousands of units they had to eat up. That being said, I wanted to talk about our launch experiences because it's something we can talk about. Like we all have a Switch 2, right? We all had our different launch experiences. Our launch experience was fine. No major complaints. Our GameStop didn't do anything special. There was not pretty much. There was a costume.
We were the special.
We were. He literally thanked us.
Yeah.
We went in the store to get our stuff. He's like, "Thank you so much for like running the show you were doing out there and the music and like you guys made this just so much better for everyone." I'm like, Yeah, I know. You're welcome for doing. As my mama, you're welcome for doing your job.
Yeah.
The thing you told us, you don't have enough employees to do. We're 2 people. You have 3. You could have played music. Wouldn't have killed you. You know, I played it off the Nintendo Music app. It's free. Mm-hmm. You could have just played music. At least put a Bluetooth speaker outside. You know, like not a big deal. You know, like I don't know what we're doing. I gave away some accessories I had extra from sponsors. Whatever. You know, you could have gave away more than a gift card for a costume contest. That's a choice you made. You could have gave away more stuff. You didn't. You know, like I didn't tell him what to do, but I'm like, It's funny being thanked when we have less people than you do. And the excuse you gave us for not doing more is you don't have enough people. I don't know. I like proper planning. You could have did something more. Like he talked about, well, we tried to get a food truck, but you didn't try that hard. Don't even. You emailed one company randomly, didn't get a response, and that's all you tried. That's the way I feel. By the way, I love you, man. I think you're a good dude.
Yeah.
Here's what I'm going to say. Next time you have a midnight launch event for Nintendo, whether it's DK Bonanza or whether it's going to be like, I don't know if Bonanza's going to get one, but it sounds like Legends Arceus. Not Arceus, sorry. ZA is probably going to because Pokemon's huge there. So it sounds like they're going to have a midnight launch for that. I was like, how about you just get a hold of me sooner and I can do the plans for you if you give me the budget.
Mm-hmm.
You tell me the budget, I'll do all the planning because I'll be out there. I'll be live streaming it. I want my fans to see some cool shit.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, there were parties going on. There were GameStops and Best Buys throwing literal like block parties with gaming tournaments and music and food. Some of the people in the chat, you guys were at those things. I was getting pictures and videos sent to me all night of people just having like the greatest launch. I've never had a launch experience like that. The best I got was a GameStop in the mall. They handed me a little gift bag with a Red Bull and a piece of beef jerky. That was for World of Warcraft.
Yep.
I'm like, wow, why can't I have the big party? Why am I the party?
Because we live in small towns.
So here's the thing. Obviously, he doesn't mind me streaming there. All the people, wait, they just let you stream outside. Stop it.
yes, we were able to stream outside.
Not only does he let it, he wants it because they want the attention.
Mm-hmm.
But more than that, that was our launch experience. It was mostly fine. We were the party. Everyone seemed to have a good time. We had kids dancing. We were making kids' days with some of the accessories we gave away. And it was good times. Yeah. Adults were having a good time too.
Yeah.
So it was all good, man. It was a good experience, but that's because we made it a good experience. Outside of missing the charge grip and outside of like, I don't know.
Blowing out a fuse in my car and then having to buy a generator.
Yeah, we blew a fuse in Eric's car and had to go buy a generator. Yeah,
well, I guess they didn't have any more fuses at
Walmart. That Walmart was out of fuses. We're like, what? They're not out of four gas generators. I guess we'll get one of those.
Yeah, right.
What a shocker. Hardly anyone ever buys gas generators. You just have them ready and stock. Who knew? So now I'm the proud owner of a $400 gas generator for the next time we have to do this.
It's a pretty nice generator, though.
And it worked, and we did the show, and things were fine.
Yeah.
That being said, it was a good launch experience. Overall, I would say GameStop didn't provide much of a launch experience, but you know what? They didn't staple my receipt.
There is that.
So I got it in a bag, and technically it's partially my fault because he asked me to check the bag, and I didn't see the missing charge grip. So
tape is still not even a good idea.
I don't want tape on my box. Fuck no.
That could
you're gonna rip the box. No, I don't want tape.
No,
I don't mind when it's like the little seal tape. You can just cut that with a knife.
Right.
No, I don't want tape on my box. No.
Yeah.
No. That being said,
no.
Your guys' launch experiences. Yeah. That's what I want to hear. Like Stash, it sounded like you had a really good one.
Yeah. It was a great time. We got there early. So early that nobody was there.
Yeah.
But at the same time, my GameStop, dude, they were as efficient as could be. This is like peak efficiency for GameStop. I've never seen them on this level before. And I was impressed. Yeah, I let them know too, of course. I let the whole staff know they did such a great job, the manager there. And basically what it was is that I had my pre-order receipt. And starting at 3:00, you just walk in there, bring your pre-order receipt. They do everything at the register. They ask you all the bullshit questions that they have to ask you, which we all know. Like, they have to do it. It's part of their job.
That's what it is. Yeah.
And as we know, a lot of times their hours are tied to that stuff, which sucks. I have zero interest, obviously, in buying it, and a lot of people feel the same way, but they got to do their job. So they get all that bullshit out of the way. Check you out. They give you a number. I got number 77. And then I just come back and they hand it to me. They handed it to me in a bag. They had cookies in there. They had bottles of water because, it's Arizona. So, you really need water. It's very hot outside. They had cookies in there, cupcakes, chips, all sorts of stuff. Of course, I was enjoying my nice celebratory cigar for the occasion. I got to talk with a lot of people. Yeah, there was people that know me from the channel and from the podcast, and Michaela was with me, and she's always like, "That's so cool." I'm like, "I know, it's kind of crazy." So it was nice to be able to like meet some people in person, and that just never gets old. And then we went to Best Buy. Cigars still lit, of course, because I smoke cigars in my Jeep. Why not? Crack the windows a little bit. It's all good. It smells good in there too. Went to Best Buy and same thing. I ran into some people there as well. And Best Buy, once again, like they knocked it out of the park. And you guys know, I have had a lot of mishaps, let's say, with Best Buy. And they killed it. Smooth sailing. Not only that, but like the staff too. The vibe was right. They were happy. Wasn't a bullshit smile. Like you can always tell that, right? You can always tell. Like people were genuinely happy in there and having a good time. Like, this is great, dude.
Yeah.
Hey, this couldn't have went any better. So we got there early. We had our chairs. We were first in line and everything. And the sun's shining down on us. It's 100 and something. I'm already sweating after like 45 seconds just standing there. I look at Michaela and the GameStop, I think the assistant manager, he was like saying, yeah, I don't expect anyone here until like 8:30 because we've pretty much checked everybody out already. So all people have to do is come grab it at 9. So we just went, we got pizza, had some beers across the street. And again, that's usually not something I would do during the week, but it was nice. It was nice. Nice change of pace. Got me off the mountain. People have a hard time getting me off the mountain, as they always say. So I had a good time, man. And obviously, lots of great conversations. I talked to everybody in line. Everybody asked about, YouTube and the podcast, and it was just great conversations as always. That's why I always tell everyone you got to go out and do these things. So that was my night. Great time, man.
All right. Alyssa, how did your launch go?
Well, I didn't get a staple in my box. I got handed a bag. So they tried to separate the lines between the people that came and did like the prepay like that day of like June 4th then yesterday.
Yep.
So they had one line for that and then a line for anybody else that didn't prepay or didn't prepay that day. So I kind of felt like it takes me like 20 minutes to get there and then 20 minutes to come home and then I'm going to go back there later. So I was like, I'm not going to drive and go do the prepay. So me and like 3 other people were in the separate line. But of course, the first person in the line didn't have the prepay. So it caused all this like conflict. And then she was in there for like 10, 15 minutes. I wasn't one of the people, but when she walked out, everybody went boo.
Brutal.
Yeah, so that was annoying. I didn't leave until like 1:15. So, and there was probably like, I think they originally had like 35 units, but they might have gotten some more because it looked like there were way more than 35 people there.
Yeah.
But the people that did go in and get theirs, it was pretty quick, but they also did the only 2 people in at a time thing. They had 2 people inside, so 1 per cash register, and then the 1 guy outside. And the guy outside made, like, he was clear. We understood, but there was a few people in there that didn't listen or just didn't care. And then that caused issues with their system because they said if it was all the prepaid ones, they could make it go out way faster because I guess they have to switch between like the checkout process. But
You mean GameStop?
I'm just happy I got it. No staples in it. She did almost drop my Switch when she put it in the box though, and I was gonna lose my mind if she almost dropped it. I was like, they gave me the wrong case too at first. I'm like, she gave me like the Nintendo one, but I got the GameStop one that holds like the dock and everything. So I was like, oh, that's not the one I got. So she had to go back and get it. I'm like, I just want to go home.
Yeah.
So I recommend going and prepaying. Yeah. It's you will save time. Actually, I didn't think I would, but you would.
There you go. All right, Game Bird.
Man, my experience was obviously different than you guys. I didn't get my Switch until today.
Oh, you were tripping.
I was tripping, dude.
Yeah, you were bad. You were.
I felt bad for you.
Yeah, right.
Dude, I was tripping. So, I had the Walmart pre-order from, pre-order night when we all pre-ordered together. And there was just no way that I was going to be able to, as a backup, go to GameStop last night. I had other things going on. I've been having some maintenance done at the house, and there was just no way it was going to happen. And so I had pre-ordered a unit for myself. My wife helped my friend who just couldn't get through my best friend who couldn't get through the queues, and she was able to pre-order instantly for him. So he was going to come up late that night and stay the night, which he did. And man, everyone, my wife, co-workers that I have who pre-ordered it, they were all getting your orders preparing to ship. Nothing from me. I'm like checking every day all week up till yesterday, man, and nothing. And my wife, she's like, yeah, I got the email like 4 days ago. His was saying my friend's pre-order that she had was saying delivering by 9 a.m. and mine just said pre-order arrives July 5th, and it was just an order place. No preparing,
July 5th.
nothing. Yeah, or sorry, June 5th. Sorry.
Okay, I
I
was
was
saying,
okay. I was like, oh, I'm like, I was shit myself.
I went. Sorry. Yeah, I misspoke. June 5th, and so I was pretty panicking. I obviously was messaging in our group chat, like, dude, what's going on, guys?
Yep.
Stash is like calming me down a little bit with like a theory that makes sense. I end up calling Walmart, and the guy was no help at all. And like legit no
You
help.
don't say.
Telling them what's going on. I'm like, hey, I know a handful of other people who have ordered this item. They've all like days ago gotten the notification. Mine has no updates. Like, is mine coming tomorrow? And he's like, let me look at it. He's like, oh yeah. He's like, I see it says expected to arrive June 5th. And he doesn't give me any details outside of that. He's like, yeah, you should be good to go. I'm like, but I haven't received like any preparing to ship notification. And I'm like, what are you seeing on your end? He's like, yeah, I'm seeing that it's expected to arrive June 5th. I'm like, dude, this guy's looking at the same screen that I'm looking at.
Yeah.
Like, he has like no like extra information. I'm like, dude, are you looking at the same just like status as me on the app? Like, what are you looking at? And he told me, he's like, listen, man, he's like, I wouldn't worry about it. He's like, it should be delivering tomorrow, but like if it doesn't, you'll know. I'm like, yeah, duh. Duh.
If it
Of
doesn't,
course
you'll
I'll know
know.
if it doesn't, because I'll be sitting at the door waiting all day for it. So anyways, it's about 4 o'clock, I think, when I message you guys, and I finally get the notification preparing to ship. I don't have like the time or anything. It's just the preparing to ship. And it wasn't until it must have been like around 11 p.m. I was checking all day. I was paranoid. It said expected to deliver 9 a.m. tomorrow. So I was super stoked. I go to bed. My buddy goes to bed. He's sleeping on my couch. My wife wakes me up at like 7:15 in the morning, and she's like, hey, your friend's console delivered this morning at 7 a.m. My eyes light up and stuff. I'm all groggy and I'm like, did mine come too? And she's like, no, not yet. So she's like, yeah.
Why are you waking me up? What are you doing?
Yeah. I'm like, has he been up for a while? And she's all, yeah, he's super excited, but he doesn't want to open it until you woke up because he feels bad. And he wants you to be able to not walk out to like set up Switch 2 that he's playing.
He feels like he's going to open it till
guy. Oh, and by the way, I got to give a big shout out to my buddy because I was letting him know as well that like, hey man, mine might not be coming tomorrow. I'm not sure what's going on. And he's like, well, hey man, you help me get a pre-order. He's like, if you want and yours doesn't come, you could just hang on to mine. And then maybe if you want to bring it down over the weekend. And I was like, dude, like, that's super nice, but I'm not going to rob you of your day one Switch experience and taking that home. That's your Switch. We helped you get it. Super nice of him. But anyways, I'm waiting around. We set up his. We're super excited. We're playing Mario. It doesn't even matter. Like, yes, I'm annoyed because it was guaranteed by 9 a.m., but we're playing Mario Kart and having a freaking blast and laughing. And of course, the occasional, I wonder when mine's coming, hoping that it still delivers. Ended up delivering around like 1 p.m. So I was stoked.
Nice.
And we just had fun. Again, we played like 90%, but yeah, it was an emotional roller coaster. The whole process from the wild pre-order night to delivery day, man.
Dude.
So Walmart pulled through, but you know, I do think that they should be careful about saying, hey, we guarantee delivery by this time, if it's going to deliver at 1 p.m. And I've had people like pop in chat and say like, hey, mine's not coming till tomorrow. You know, it's 5 p.m. Mine hasn't delivered yet. So
Did you get Pringles though?
No, I didn't get Pringles, but my buddy got Pringles. He got Pringles and
Wow.
a 20-ounce bottle of Coke.
Yeah,
Wow,
makes
they're late.
Yeah.
sense.
They didn't give you.
There's
What
the Pringles.
flavor? What flavor is that? Chili?
Hot ones is what
Yeah.
my buddy didn't want it. He
Oh, you
gave
guys
it to
got
me,
some
so I
good
did
ones.
get it. Yeah. Do you guys are you guys the Walmart premium subscribers? Because my wife is,
No,
and they
I'm not.
include it with his.
No, so what?
So
here,
they just
here-
didn't give it to me.
No, no.
So they
No,
just
no,
hate
no,
my
no.
ass.
So,
Yeah.
so
Yeah, pretty much.
Walmart just hates you.
No, so listen, I would have been even more pissed off if Walmart would have been my personal one. It was a giveaway one, so it was whatever if it didn't arrive on time.
Mhm.
But I got charged for it 4 times in the last week, so I had like $2,000 just out of my bank for no fucking reason.
4 times from
4
Walmart.
times, yeah, 4 fucking times. Got it? Yeah, I got it all back yesterday.
Did you have to fight to get it back, or did it just automatically come?
It
back?
automatically came back, but it was yesterday that it came back. And there was no updates on my order that it was ever coming until 6:30 this morning.
Yeah.
I get
Wow.
one text. Hey, your unit's arriving at 7:21 a.m. I'm like, what? No, I at that point had not even like looked online yet. I was like, okay, my kid just got to school. I'm getting ready for the stream. And all of a sudden I'm like, oh shit, why is this bag so big? Oh fuck. They gave me some Pringles and some Coke, baby.
Yeah.
So I was asking around, and pretty much anyone that got the guaranteed 9 a.m., they got it. So anyone who
I
got
didn't
it,
get
yeah, yours wasn't guaranteed 9 a.m. because you got it at 1 p.m.
They told me it was guaranteed. They lied. They told me.
Should have been. Should have
Should have
been.
got a free pizza.
Yeah, right.
Should've
How it
Yeah,
works.
dude.
Should've.
Turtle style, man.
Free
No,
Domino's.
anyone who got it 9 a.m. and earlier got this. It wasn't a premium thing. So yeah.
Yeah, I do wonder if there is some sort of legal action I could take for the amount of emotional
Yeah,
distress.
emotional damage of you delivered 4 hours late,
Yeah,
and I didn't get my Pringles.
Right.
Yeah, dude, I requested work off today in anticipation for a 9 a.m. delivery.
4 hours of
I could
work.
have worked half
and
the day.
You know what? Now I want a case of Pringles, motherfucker.
Just don't get the beer flavored ones.
Oh
That
god.
might be a Wisconsin thing, but
He bought like 3 different flavors of Miller Lite flavored Pringle chips yesterday. It's like, what are you doing? None of these sound good.
they're beer can chicken, beer brats,
What?
beer braised,
Can chicken.
beer braised steak,
They all taste
then-
like shit.
loaded potato.
Wait. This is what? This is Pringles?
Pringles. Yeah,
Is this only in your guys'
it might be.
state,
fascinating.
possibly?
Might be. It might be a pairing with Miller Lite.
Like a local flavor kind of thing?
It might be. Yeah,
I
Dude.
don't know.
we don't know.
How are they?
Disgusting.
Terrible.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
No, I kept thinking, you know what? If I was having a Miller Lite while I ate them, I might have thought different.
I hate beer.
'Cause
But
I drink Miller Lite. Yeah, you hate beer, so why are you buying beer flavored
Hey,
shit?
hey, Miller Lite or High Life?
it was Miller Lite.
No, what do you drink? Miller Lite or High Life?
I drink Miller Lite.
High Life, baby.
I like High Life too. And lately, because of the
Champagne.
calorie cutting, as I'm sitting here eating the fucking Pringles,
Yeah,
I said,
right.
because I never buy myself chips.
Right.
I've been doing just the MGD 64s because I'm trying to cut the calories down. But
And because of Nintendo 64, of course.
well, I mean, that's
Absolutely.
I was gonna say
Yeah.
you forgot
Only reason.
Nintendo.
Only
Half
reason.
the reason why.
Yeah, I'm not a Miller.
Yeah.
I'm not a Miller Lite guy. You know what? You know what kind of crappy beer that I enjoy? It might just be the can that I like. The can I like holding the can. PBR.
Oh,
Yeah,
PBR is class.
I know
Yeah.
it's. I know it's.
Everyone's happy.
Hey, dude, I love PBR. Like I love it, but I don't know if I actually love it. I mean, it's not bad. Considering like your basic American like lagers, it's actually not that bad. But the can's rad, dude. I love the can. It's iconic.
What about
maybe?
what about Bud Ice?
But
Dude,
Ice
Bud
isn't too
Ice.
bad, yeah.
When's the last
Bud
time
Ice
you
isn't
guys
too
had?
bad.
What about the
Oh,
Coors
God.
Light with the mountain that turns
the cold can.
The cold can.
You
That's
know
all
it's
we
cold.
have here. Yeah, if it ain't
I just
Coors
remember
Light-
those sick Van Damme commercials for the Coors Light. Do you guys remember those?
Yeah.
At all? Anyone?
I drink Coors Light. I always said if it ain't
Alyssa's
Coors
like,
Light,
what are you talking about?
it ain't right.
No, I drink Michelob Ultra Light on the little
Michelob Ultra? Okay.
They make
Michelob
these
Ultra's
cool
not
like
bad.
There's not a
can
single
ones
beer
that
we
look like a
talk about
bottle
here that
now.
I won't drink. I'll drink all those beers. No problem.
So
Yeah,
Stash,
let's do.
to sum up what they tasted like, it basically tasted like they took a bunch of potatoes, dropped it in a vat of Miller Lite, let it soak for a few days,
No, don't
and
even
then just like pull them out and chop them up.
So it,
don't even.
so it
don't
actually tasted like beer.
No, it did not taste. As someone who drinks Miller Lite, it did not taste like Miller Lite. It tasted like shit out of someone's ass.
Okay,
After it's been through the digestive system.
I've got to throw something out here real quick. I know we've derailed, but I've got to derail a little bit further, only because Candy Cast was so successful. Alyssa, if you don't know, we talked about candy on a podcast.
Oh, I know
and
about the
chat
Candy
went
Cast.
Wild.
I
So
thought about getting some.
Hell yeah.
Damn
oh my
you,
gosh.
By the way,
you fighter.
we have a whole nother
No, I want to ask this because I've always thought this is so bizarre. Listen, we've gotten really good, not us personally, maybe us personally, I don't know all of your guys' personal lives, but we've gotten really good at like emulating certain flavors with our snacks and candies, making them taste like certain foods, like pizza and pickles and all sorts of stuff. But there's one flavor that no matter which variation of snack that I've had that's this flavor, it's never tasted anything close to what this flavor is supposed to taste like, and that's ranch flavored items.
Yeah.
Have you ever had a ranch flavored chip like Cool Ranch
Cool
Doritos,
Ranch.
corn nut ranch flavor, anything with the sunflower seeds that actually tastes like ranch dressing?
I
Anybody?
don't like
'Cause I've never
ranch.
experienced
Yeah,
that.
why I
I'm
like
anti-ranch.
Cool Ranch Doritos.
Fair enough.
Cool Ranch Doritos, but in the retro bag. They hit
Okay,
different.
'cause
They hit different.
Listen, Cool
Hey,
Ranch
no
Doritos,
Cool
they're
Ranch
fine,
Doritos.
but I get no ranch dressing taste from it. It just tastes
That's
like
why
a
I
unique
like it.
flavor.
That's why I like it. I vomit when I have ranch dressing, but Cool Ranch Doritos are like my favorite chips.
Wait, you don't do ranch?
No,
I don't do.
No,
I literally projectile
I
vomit.
could only eat ranch with one food. I only like it with one food. I don't like it with anything else.
What?
The only thing that I like with ranch is like fried chicken. So I have like if
Oh,
I have
that's
like a
good, yeah.
chicken sandwich or
Chicken tenders.
chicken tenders or chicken nuggets, I will dip in ranch or ranch with also buffalo. Oh, bomb.
Oh yeah,
Bomb.
the buffalo mix.
But
no doubt.
I will not put ranch on pizza. I won't put it on
Yeah.
French fries. I won't put it on it salad.
I
Nothing else.
like buffalo,
Just chicken.
celery, baby.
I like food with the side of my ranch, or with the I like ranch with the side of food. So,
All right.
well, hold on,
Me
Fletch,
too.
too. I went,
Oh, how are those? I need to know. Eric, how are they? Are they good?
They're pretty decent.
and
I
then there-
like dill pickle flavored stuff. I don't know
So
why. I
not
like
cheddar
chips.
barbecue.
It's good.
Interesting.
you haven't tried these ones yet.
Nope. I'm
still
too
not?
busy. I'm too busy making the airhead the way it's supposed to be.
Yeah, right. Oh,
Airy.
back on track.
Airy.
Yeah.
Mario Kart.
It's the word of the day. Ah!
Back on track. Mario
No,
Kart.
back on track with stories. Freaking, I had 2 days worth of Switch 2 stuff because last night I went with Nate and
Oh,
stuff
I
like
know
that.
what you're gonna talk about. Yeah.
And then this morning I had all my deliveries from my 3 Switches delivered today from
Giveaways.
giveaways. Well, I went home last night after recording the unboxing video, whatnot with Nate, and I fell asleep a little bit and woke up and read a text. I'm like, "Hey, cool, my Switch is here." The Switch is here. So I ran down, opened the door. Well, the package wasn't at the door. I'm like, shit. What the hell's going on? So I panicked for like a little
That's
bit.
horrifying. Yeah.
And then I went and asked my dad, who was home, and I'm like, "Did you see this?" He goes, "No." I'm like, "Damn it, what the hell?" So I was like, I looked at the picture. I'm like, "Yeah, no." Called my mom. "Oh, that was yours?" I just grabbed it off the steps and just took it. I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ. She didn't even look at who it was for. She just grabbed it and put it in her car and drove to work. I'm like, really? I mean, at least it's safe and not stolen. But goddamn, give me a heart attack.
You'll read the name of the box.
Yeah, right. And then freaking I go down to get Nate's shit from Best Buy, and he only put my name on one of his fucking orders. So I had to call him. It was only on the one.
The games were bought each separately on different days. So there was
That's
3
weird.
orders.
That's weird because the games were together on one
they
order.
were together because I put your name on both, so they put them together.
Oh, okay, fair enough. And then so out of the 2 out of the 3, then he had put my name down. So I had to call him and I was like, Jesus, this is dumb. So,
well, it does have his name. It kind of would make sense you'd pick it up.
Well, right, but because it didn't have my name on
I'm on some shitty Wi-Fi. I'm like, I don't know what the fuck's going on. Best Buy's website's crashing.
Yeah.
I'm trying to like switch it to your name. I don't know what the fuck's that. It ended up working out. But
yeah, it did.
By the way, Stash, that's the proper airhead reduction for maximum
I see
flavor.
that.
God.
Yeah. No, that's impressive, man.
Yeah, that's what we were trying to get you to do.
I still have to try this. I still have to try it.
Well,
Oh,
no. It's good. It is good.
Oh my god. This is how you eat airheads. It's the proper
See, this
way.
is why we need you to soundboard the oh my god, I feel it.
Did I keep that recording? I think I still have it somewhere. Anyway, Mario Kart.
Yes.
We'll end with Mario Kart, the
Yep.
big launch game. Gamer, you said you had a lot you want to say about it, so I'll let you go.
Well, I want to let you guys go first because I feel like I went on for quite a while in the intros about it. So you guys go ahead and share your thoughts first, and I'll just jump into whatever's
If you
left
want
over.
Cash's thoughts, go watch his preview for Mario Kart from the Switch 2 experience.
Yeah,
Because you don't have any more thoughts. You haven't played it
pretty
yet.
much. I love it. I love the knockout tour mode. It's everything that I said, and everyone's saying it now, which I'm very happy that everyone likes it because it's a very competitive mode.
And the
That's
last
where it's
time
at.
Cash played, he won. And I want to note the last time I played, I won. We're on the same field now. Now, granted, I lost like 7 times before that, but
I mean, we're also on the same team, too.
That's right.
Like,
that's right.
we got two winners on the podcast.
I never wanted to play as the cow fucking ever. I come back to do the game, and we're already set up with a bunch of people on my stream, and he had the fucking cow. And of course, that's the one I win with. It's the one I win was the cow. I'm like, God damn it.
It was because I had just gotten flattened by the cow in the previous race and knocked out. So the chat was going, everybody needs to be a cow because the cow took me out the last round before that. So I switched it over to a cow. And Nate didn't even realize it, and all of a sudden he was racing with the cow and won.
I'm like, this is stupid. My first
Cow's gonna get a lot of play.
character I never wanted to be. I never wanted to play the cow. Ever. Not even once.
Sad part is I told him, hey, I actually even brought him back to the character select
No,
screen.
I thought you did select a different character. I sat down and I'm just like, all right, everyone's here, hit start. I'm the fucking cow. Granted, I was coming from a stressful situation with the kids, so I wasn't paying as much attention. I'm like, God damn. And then I won. I'm like, but dude, the win's a little bit tempered because I'm a fucking cow. All right. Stash, domination. Eric.
Yep.
What are your overall thoughts on Mario Kart right now?
I'm
as we
enjoying
stand today.
Knockout Tour is freaking amazing. Goddamn cow flattened me. So that was hilarious and fun and butt clenching with the each time you go through the portals. And then I mean, it doesn't even matter what position you're in. I mean, you could be, in fourth, and it's still kind of like you can feel the anticipation build up as you're going through it. And even though you're safe on the first few, and it's like, because it just feels like all of a sudden you're like Gamebird said, you're first, you're in last, you're in the middle, it just keeps like bouncing around. And it's crazy. Yeah. So it feels like it's very well, the items are spaced out well enough that it feels really good. And yeah, I mean, I've done just a little bit of open world. It was not too bad. It was pretty fun. I still have yet to figure out what the question mark blocks do. I've gotten like 4 of them in the first world, whatever it is. The bottom world by Mario there. So I don't have them all complete yet, so I don't know what they actually unlock or what they do, but we'll find out. And I did a couple P things, and like I said, they're just the right, at least the like 4 or 5 of them that they're just the right difficulty. So
I personally, after doing Knockout and doing some Grand Prix, I think that I need to go play Free Roam next. And I'm saying this because I know Nintendo made this big deal out of Free Roam. I kind of feel like Free Roam's a tutorial. I suck at grinding. I suck at wall riding, and all that shit's a bunch of piece of quests.
Yeah, the hardest part of the game for me that I'm like, I need to practice this. I need to kind of like figure out how to do it right is the charge jump onto rails and to do the wall riding. I have no problem landing on rails or going on like the little rail ramps that bring you up. Occasionally I had some pretty successful charge jumps, but I'm just not good at it. Occasionally I would like drift by mistake, and I'm like, I wasn't trying to drift to the side. I was trying to do a charge jump. I have not successfully landed a charge jump onto a higher up rail. We'll see with time and practice, but I agree. I feel like Free Roam is obviously there's little hidden collectibles and the P buttons, which I haven't tried yet. But I imagine that it serves just to make you a better player and to learn tracks, learn the secret routes, because the tracks are huge in this game. Like there are zones when you're going through the courses, whether it's Grand Prix or Knockout, where it's like everyone's clustered in and it's chaos and people are getting ran over and shells are flying. You're like, holy hell! But then there are also moments where the track is super open and wide, and you kind of see branching paths, and you see like grinding rails that go up to like other platforms where like we'd go through a track twice and be like, dude, I haven't even seen like those paths yet. It's going to take, I feel like this game compared to other games in the series, I feel like it's going to take a lot longer and a lot more time to really learn and understand the depth of each track and like the most efficient routes to take, because it was a lot of like, do I go left or do I go right? In 8 Deluxe, a lot of it was like, left or right is like who's above and who's below, but it's pretty similar, whereas this, it seems like there was a little bit more intricacies, but I don't know. There's a lot of depth here. I had no problem. I know some people were concerned about like the long straightaways and the more wide and open, but there were so many of those tense moments where like everyone was clustered together, or where you all meet up, like you're in first and you're like, I'm crushing, and then all of a sudden, like you didn't get hit by anything, but all of a sudden you're in sixth because people took a certain path or shortcut. I'm like, what the hell just happened? So that's going to be fun to discover. And I don't know about you guys, I found myself sacrificing my positioning just to grab the food, because I've said it a dozen times. I love unlockables. I love collecting and unlocking things, getting really excited for the new skins and costumes. And I've gotten some really good ones. I was playing Wario today, and at first I thought I unlocked a Spartan outfit, but then I realized it's like a play on the Road Warrior, but you have this ridiculous yellow like mohawk with a helmet and stuff. It's rad. But yeah, unlocking the costume.
I love the Road
absolutely.
Warrior.
It's one of my favorites, but it's cool.
Yeah, I really like the outfits. I'm probably going to be Cowboy Mario.
Yep.
Because
it's classic.
We almost look alike. I live out here in the desert. I wear cowboy hats too. It's like it's perfect. It's a perfect match.
Hell yeah.
I don't know if I need to unlock anything else, but I will for the completionist's sake, right? Nate, what are you pouring there?
They hit the 69 streak, which means I have to chug a beer. And it's never been more appropriate than to celebrate the Switch 2 launch. You had the cigar.
Absolutely.
Amen.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like I deep dived my thoughts on the game. I mean, just to sum it up, music, phenomenal. Visuals, beautiful. The colors pop. I love the new animations.
Yeah.
I love how much character this one has compared to all the previous entries, just from like the character gestures and the costumes. I love that they got rid of car parts. I kind of hated that it was like a pain waiting
was
for people
happy
to
about that.
customize their carts
Yeah,
and stuff.
like
And then once
trying
you
to
found
do
the
like
most,
the meta builds and shit.
yeah,
Like, hey,
and it's
let's
like
just
you
race,
always
man.
ended
Let's
up
see who's better.
and you always ended up with like a really shitty looking cart with like
Yeah.
really tiny wheels and stuff like that. And
Exactly.
I don't know, like the carts are really neat looking in this one. I mean, we unlocked this really cool motorcycle that's like this really shiny koi fish motorcycle that's so nice. I'm like, oh my gosh, this one is so sick. But yeah, the just the animations, the visuals, the music right off the bat. I'm loving the tracks. Some of the reimagined tracks are really wonderful. The balance of, like I said, how it's like, unlike previous entries, like you end up far ahead and like that's it for the entire race. Whereas this one, there's a lot more, like your position can change a lot more. The AI feels better. There's no items that I hate in this game, which is really nice, where I'm like, this item's lame. I like all the items. Kamek's a lot of fun. I really like the mushroom that makes you big. And I got that. It was my on one of the races, it was my first item. And we were all clustered together. So I literally ran over like 12 riders it was just a hilarious sight right from the get-go. I'm like, I love this so much. Knockout is easily, in my opinion, the best mode we've ever had in a Mario Kart game, period. And we've talked about this many times, but dude, Beerio Kart knockout tour or knockout mode, we got to make it happen at some point.
Seattle.
So much fun.
Seattle. Yeah. It's time.
Absolutely.
You got to make it happen.
Absolutely. But yeah, I this is the most fun I've had at launch. I haven't done anything single player. It's been strictly multiplayer with my friend. And we just had shitting and grins the whole time, man. We were just like, we kept complimenting the music, the visuals, how much we like the courses, all the interchangeableness of like cutting through the tracks and seeing like the track from like different perspectives. Just really, really cool. And it's a game that, like, Nintendo already hinted it's the tip of the iceberg, but one that I imagine if gets the amount of attention and love that Mario Kart 8 got, dude, I cannot wait to see what this game looks like in 5 years, 6 years, because if they add new worlds and it becomes more of like, it's a world's DLC or whatever we get, oh my God, it's going to be glorious, dude.
It's going to be, guys. You put money on that.
I agree, though, that it does seem like
take it to the bank.
It's like an acquired skill to try to like jump off onto the walls, because I've been struggling with that as well. But I've also been doing a lot of the free roam, and a lot of the missions do kind of like train you and help you try to figure out a lot of the mechanics. So I really like that. And like Eric said, it is kind of just like that right perfect mark of difficulty. There are some where it actually takes me like a good amount of retries to do it, but each time you like figure out, you're like, okay, so that's how I do that. Oh, I need to avoid that. I need to make sure I take this turn a little tighter. But I'm loving Mario Kart. I think this is the most fun I've had playing Mario Kart since like the Wii, but I was also a child and playing with my family. So it was like, yeah, so it's like very like nostalgic and focused, but this is like, I'm experiencing the like world and just driving around and finding all kinds of stuff. And it's really cool, like when you're racing and then like Kamek does something and you all turn into a character, and then all of a sudden it's like, hey, you unlocked this character now. And it's like, ooh, like even if I don't want to race as them, it's just like that feeling of like, oh, I got something. Like it's random and a surprise. And then you get like all these stickers and stuff you can put on your cart or your bike.
The stickers too.
So it's cool when you get one, you're like, oh, I really like that one. So then you like change it, you know?
And I got to say too, like it's annoying to say that, like, we still live at a time, despite like how far games have come, where like for whatever reason, there are still like big games where it's really convoluted to join local online with a friend. And Nintendo's been guilty of that in the past. And to see it be so seamless and so easy, where we didn't have to be like, how do we do this? And just be so quick was just a really nice surprise. I hate when these sort of experiences are packaged with an apology. Like they just didn't quite nail it. But this one's great. And I watched my buddy briefly when I was, I had to step away for a little bit. Just seamlessly enter free roam from like the main menu. It's so cool. Like the UI just disappears and you're in free roam. Was like rad. That was like next gen, like super next gen feeling moment to watch that. Yeah.
All of a sudden,
literally the main menu of the game is free roam that you're not controlling. You hit free roam, the UI just disappears and you're just cruising.
Yeah, because all of a sudden I was in a tunnel. I was in a tunnel. I hit free roam, and my character just kept going straight into the wall. I'm like, wait, what? Am I? Oh, I might actually go. Oh, I'm going. Okay.
Yeah. So just an amazing experience. I love the balance. It feels like this is going to be one too. Despite being so welcoming and like easy, like it feels like a great entry point for the series for anyone who's like curious to dip into Mario Kart. But it also feels like, oh wow, this one has a high skill cap, and I could see people getting really competitive with this. The only mode that I played, I didn't do versus yet. The only mode I didn't care for was Coin Rush, which again, maybe with like a full party of friends, it could be pretty fun, or like making it a drinking game. But finishing that, I'm like, let's go back to Knockout Tour or Grand Prix.
Okay. So it's kind of interesting because I'm having a lot more fun so far with Mario Kart than I've had with Mario Kart in a long time. And to me, like Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is the best Mario Kart ever. And the thing is, we just had it for so long. So they're doing a lot of new things. I haven't tried out free roam yet, so I don't have a lot to say about it, other than I do think it's more of a tutorial mode, which happens. I'm not saying it can't be fun. There could be some cool Easter eggs and some cool stuff, but it does feel like a tutorial mode from what I've seen, which is why I haven't touched it, but it's also why I'm also worse than every person I race against at doing literally anything in this game that isn't from a prior Mario Kart game. So that's why I said I feel like I need to dive into it next. But that's the thing is like, I did one Grand Prix and it felt good, man. I like the changes they made. I like it a lot. So I'm excited to like get to the Rainbow Road one and unlock that and see what that's all about. I know it's already out there, but I haven't looked at it yet. I'll do it for myself. And then, Knockout Tour. Everyone's kind of already said it, man. Dude, the whole game could just be Knockout Tour, and I'd be happy. I literally could be addicted to this for years and years and years and years. My kids haven't even played it yet. They've only done like versus mode and like normal. So they were playing a little bit. I'm like, okay, when am I going to tell them about this Knockout Tour mode? Because it's fucking insane. It's insane. It's intense. It's awesome. Dude, I love the 24 players. Not just in Knockout Tour, but just in general. I love it. It creates chaos. And then even if you think you're like way ahead, like you look at the mini map, just wait. Someone's coming.
Yeah.
There's always someone. You're not, because like there are times in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, not like even when you're playing online, if you are just better than everyone, you are almost lapping people.
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to happen in this game. But in some cases, it quite can't literally because you don't really do laps per se. Right. There are modes that have laps, but you know what I mean? Like, so technically, you can't lap them, but I don't think it's going to be that crazy. Like even when I won and I was like a pretty significant distance away from the person in third, that happened because when I entered the final four, I had two really fucking sick ass items that put the distance.
Yeah.
I'm like, like right before then I had a bullet bill right when everyone got fucking nailed by lightning.
Yeah.
And I just fucking boom. I'm like, this is hilarious.
You build and then lightning hit at the perfect time. And then I think right before the last, I think the power-ups right before the last, like where it went down to 4, I think you hit a star. And then, or it was a star and 3 red shells.
Yep.
And then you just took off because, at that point it was like, holy shit.
I'm like, if anyone gets past me, I got 3 red shells. Right. I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Do you guys like the new animation and like the way it works when you get hit by the lightning bolt?
Love
I thought that was really cool. I was like, they
better.
changed that. It's nice. Yeah. And I don't feel like you stay tiny as long, but you all like stop.
You
so
don't.
you lose your momentum. and all your items.
Yeah,
But
it's a great change, and,
Yeah.
and another amazing detail that I want to point out. I kept commenting how much I loved this. If you guys notice or experienced this while you guys were racing, when you're on a road and there's incoming traffic and you hit a car head on, your car flips over and stuff, you like tumble out and then you go back at it. But so awesome that they added this little detail, just the attention to detail I love. If you clip a vehicle, you don't tumble out. Your car like swerves and like tips a bit, and then you keep going. There is a difference between clipping traffic and actually full-blown collision with it. And I thought that was just such cool attention to detail.
I also love
little
like
things
the
like
tumble
that.
animation
That's awesome.
instead of like the spin out. I like
Yep.
that little change too.
I feel like with this one, if you get when you get hit by an item, you aren't as stalled as long. It feels like you're back racing a little bit faster. It feels like it feels like you. I mean,
that was intentional.
You get 24
it hurts.
racers.
It hurts, but it doesn't you're not like, okay, come on, let's go.
But
come on.
I'll tell you why. It's because there's 24 racers.
Yeah.
You could potentially get hit by like 12 items in a row.
I know.
Imagine if it had the same slowdown timing as 8. My God, you're done. Everyone finished the race already.
Yeah, right.
Before
Yeah.
you even move.
It's kind of like it's basically like in other games, but when you get hit with items, it's like you get staggered a little bit and you fall back a little bit, but you can still pretty quickly get back to hitting the ground running, which I think is awesome. And
right.
That was one thing I actually really liked about playing at Switch 2 experiences when you did get hit with something.
Okay.
Even falling off the level, it's like you feel like you get back pretty quickly, and it doesn't take to you like forever to drop you down and go away. And it's like, oh, here. All right, bye.
Okay. Let's get to the super chat and questions here. Or sometimes just statements. For starters, going all the way back to the beginning, Joey Pitts, hell of an intro. Switch to hype. Oh, get used to that intro. It's getting used all season long, baby. Hope you're ready for that milk. By the way, I need to see the original Vision clips. I need to see it. That's a requirement.
Yeah.
The wife doesn't need to know, man. She doesn't need
That's so funny. Oh my gosh.
The thumbsticks on the Pro controller are life. Dude, they're so good.
They are good.
I just longevity we can't say yet, but yeah, look good, feel good. So this is a person that from one of my prior live streams. He's got like the Ghostbuster ectoplasm vehicle with everything like just decked out with all the alarms and the lights and everything. And he went to launch with it, and he was blasting the Mike Odyssey "My Body's Ready" song for Switch 2. So he's just letting me know that on a future stream I need to show it. He sent me all the clips and stuff, so it's gonna be sick. It's awesome. I've already seen it once.
Yeah, that thing is awesome.
Yeah. The customary tradition. Bring back NFL Blitz and NBA Jam. Switch 2's the time, baby. New gen.
It is.
Yeah. Anything can happen in a new generation. Even
Absolutely.
Even Earthbound.
Even Earthbound.
Dude, if you watch any of those like indie showcases that have just happened, there's like 30 Earthbound likes coming out.
Earthbound likes,
Wild.
Metroidvanias.
I'm like, dude, is this the time?
Yeah.
Is this the thunder that Nintendo needs?
I think so.
Demonic says, who all is hyped for anything coming to Switch 2 getting announced at Summer Game Fest? Oh, dude.
Super.
It'll be interesting to see what they
do. Nintendo's still a partner. Nothing changed there. I fully expect they're gonna have a trailer for something. I don't know what. Could just be more Bonanza. Could be Metroid. Could be whatever. We talked about this, last week, I believe. So
yeah.
So you don't think they're staying in like a hotel or something?
God damn it! What are you doing to me?
You said you think Nintendo? I'm pretty sure they can afford hotel accommodations.
Stash, it makes it even better because like your internet will come out at the most perfect time, so it exaggerates the pause even more. because you are perfectly still, and it's
The,
like
the best thing about stash humor. Here's the best thing about stash humor is like sometimes people like you don't get it, but like I feel like Stash gets off on the fact of like the explanation afterwards. You know, like this. I love it.
I do.
Hey,
Can I actually add something serious about that? Why aren't we talking about Final Fantasy Tactics?
Oh, dude, yeah, and free upgrade if you get the Switch 1 version too.
And the Switch 2 version is not key card. It's a code in a box.
Yeah, get the Switch 1 version.
So I just pre-ordered the Switch 1 version from Amazon, $50. Comes with an exclusive poster.
He really hates that game.
Nice.
Wait, you don't like Tactics?
No, the code in the box thing pisses me off.
Oh yeah, okay. $50 though, and it's a free Switch 2 upgrade.
yeah.
Like, dude, that's pretty nice.
Yeah, that's super nice. And I'll add this. Despite like any big Nintendo announcement at Summer Games Fest, at the very least, expect Switch 2 logos everywhere.
Yeah.
I'll say that. Expect those everywhere.
Yeah, I'm going to have the two TVs. I'm going to
do
roll out my 75-inch right here. I have it on wheels, literally. I'm going to roll this out and put it next to the 85 in the other room. Switch 2 on the big TV, and then Nate live streaming Summer Game Fest on the other TV. It's going to be fun. Dude, it's going to be nuts.
Nate,
I'm expecting a lot.
I got an idea for you. You can make a little drinking game out of it. Every time you see a Switch 2 logo, you take a shot.
Oh my God. I might not live.
Yeah.
Passed out by 11 a.m.
Yeah.
What time's Game Fest start, by the way?
It's later. It's like 2 p.m. Pacific, so 4 p.m. Central for me.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm going live at 2 p.m. So
cool. I'll be there.
Hopefully I'm not too slammed with projects and I can watch while I work.
Well, we'll see.
I got a media blackout.
Media blackout. All right. It took me over an hour to set it up because I did a system transfer and my Switch 2 doesn't have enough storage, so I had to delete all the games I wasn't ready to transfer yet. So that's something I wanted to bring up. Like we talked about the micro SD Express earlier. It was stupidly smooth for me.
Yeah.
Literally, you go to set up system transfer, and it said, "Hey, you should update do you want to update your Switch right now? You need to update it for to play your Switch 1 games." I'm like, "Yeah," and then it said, "Oh, do you have a micro SD Express card? Please insert it now while we update." I insert it. They did the update. They said, "Hey, it works now. Don't take the fucking thing out." I said, "Cool," and then everything just worked.
You did run into one issue, but it was because the charge cable wasn't.
No, there was no issue. I wasn't using the cable it came with.
Yeah.
That was it. I was using the fucking little cable that goes to my wireless charger for my phone.
Yeah.
Sorry, the Nintendo Switch wouldn't allow me to do a system transfer with only 10 watts going to it. I'm not going to blame the system for that.
Well, no, I know. But I'm just saying.
I would call that a problem.
Something.
Use the charger it came with.
Yes.
I was too lazy. I needed my Switch 1 charger. That's what I didn't have.
It wouldn't,
because you were using it.
Yeah, it wouldn't really. Yeah, because my Switch was
you were
dead.
using it. So,
yeah.
Anyways, the micro SD Express thing, everything was super smooth for me. I had no issues. So,
and if you do plan on doing a system transfer, do the system transfer when they tell you to do the system transfer,
or you'll have to factory
reset your Switch 2,
which is how it works on Switch 1 as well.
Which is fine. If you want to just get into it and play for a little while and then factory reset it and then do your system transfer, sure. But just know you'll have to do a system factory reset if you don't do the system transfer.
It's stupid. If you want to do the system transfer, just do it.
Yeah.
I got that photo.
It's great.
Joseph Forbush, to Nintendo Prime and the entire Nintenbyte cast and family, love y'all. I haven't felt this much childish joy since my GameCube. Bless you. Love seeing that.
Yeah.
I love
that. Means a lot.
That's an awesome comment.
Love it. What are you laughing at? What is happening?
Gamer was
just yeah.
As he's talking with his picture.
Everyone, do you feel that? Oh my God, I feel it. I feel it too, Gamebird. What is it? It's the power of our podcast.
Dude, I'm old gamers. You're so fucking awesome. The only problem.
I gotta get screens to you guys. We gotta figure out how if you guys have to step away for a second.
Yes,
we could
please
all
do
have
that
like
for
the
them.
celestial
that.
power of the podcast.
Celestial
photos.
power of the podcast.
Yeah.
Don't care about OLED. I play in dock mode only.
Yeah,
There you go.
All right, fair enough.
There you go.
We need a merch too. Power of the podcast shirt.
There we go.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
we do. Roger Enyart, are any of you still having issues connecting controllers to the system? You think they would fix this issue from the Switch? My Pro won't connect. You know what's interesting? When I read this earlier, I kept thinking, I've never had this problem ever.
Did
This is
you,
one of my
you
fears
plug it
with
in?
Switch too.
Like with the USB cable it comes with?
You could.
No,
I paired mine no
literally
problem,
just
and I was like,
hit
"This
the
is so much
pair
better than
button.
Switch."
I just hit
Yeah.
the pair button and it worked.
Same. I've had troubles on Switch 1. It was seamless on this.
I had no issues on Switch 1. I've never. I have to pair. I have to switch them between systems all the time. No problem.
Yeah.
Did run into one goofy controller thing today though.
What?
With when your kids had the Mario Kart in the car.
Oh, I know why. Okay, yeah, you can say it though. It's
Yeah.
fine.
So you can't apparently have the Joy-Cons connected and then use another set of Joy-Cons
It's just a Mario
as like a
Kart.
second with Mario Kart. Yeah.
Yeah, basically, my kids were trying to play multiplayer together, where one would hold the system and one would have their own controller separate and look over their shoulder.
Mhm.
Won't let you do that. You have to actually take them off the system.
It was weird, but
I mean, it makes sense.
I guess so. It's they can't go, hey, you can't see now.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, because knowing your kids, they would. Actually, knowing
No,
any kid, they
no.
probably would.
It's fine. It's really not
Yeah,
that
it
big a
was
deal.
just goofy. I was like, well, all right, whatever.
Yeah,
Sure.
I don't give a shit.
Yeah,
They're just happy they get to play.
yeah. There's that.
So yeah, sorry, I don't really know what to tell you. I mean, obviously you can try plugging it in with a wire to do it. That's like easy way, usually, to get it to work. But I literally have never had this problem.
There's that.
Why are we looking at this?
Because the comment.
Oh, tip for battery life.
tip for
Put the
battery
brightness down
life.
at least. Get a battery bank.
Right here. Don't ever worry about it again.
Let's get a battery bank.
It's that easy.
Genki's got a solution that
that's the
attaches to the back of the case.
Yep. Belkin's got one that got an in.
I can say
with
that.
The case.
D Brown, you said non-compete. I could talk about other people's products. Don't get mad at me, you bastards. You
I
didn't
just got
sponsor
this
the podcast.
Anchor one on Amazon for $13.99. Anchor.
Nice.
Nice.
Thought I might need it, so
Oh, man.
can't beat it.
I
Is what
picture Stash in a vest that's fit like a combat vest that's just filled with Switch battery packs. Yeah, battery packs everywhere, and like a Rambo bandana.
We're gonna be at PAX West. And I'm gonna be like, God, I gotta sit down for a little lunch break. I play a little Switch too. Be like, oh, hey, I noticed you're at 15%. Would you like a battery bank? Just whips it out.
He just pulls it out of his pocket, takes the USB-C cable out, and chucks it at you.
Yeah, even best, he's like, hold on, I got right behind the stash. Here, just plug this in.
He's like the merchant from RE4. What you buying? Yeah.
Yeah, I love that guy.
Yeah, a trench coat, and then he opens it up, and he's got just a whole bunch of.
Super underrated character.
Hit your poison.
One of the best NPCs, right?
Oh,
Ever. He's a creep, and I love it.
Love it.
Possibility of Piranha Plant has a lower res because it can plug directly to the top of the handheld. Well, no. Plugging directly into the top of the handheld is just a connection. It's the same way you plug in the other controller. It's just because there's no reason for 1080p on the Switch because it doesn't do 1080p in video chat.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Pretty much what Nintendo's resolution is irrelevant. I plugged a 4K camera in. Guess why it doesn't do 4K? It still gives you 480p every time. And you go, how do you know? I used to make videos in 480p long time ago. It's 480p.
God, you're old.
I am. Thank you. I still remember when 480i was a big deal on
right?
TV.
Oh yeah.
Me too.
Interlace. Huge for
Interlace,
gaming.
baby. Yeah.
Huge for gaming. Big step up.
Yeah.
It was back then.
Yeah.
You think it was today? Like, God, that was trash. No, not back then. Back then it was a big deal.
That was
Same comment. Sorry, here we go. Nope, it's me, Lori. 3 of us played Mario Kart. Sorry, I just can't believe I read the name that way.
All
That's the way it looks like. Three of us play Mario Kart World. Camera worked great. Chat too. Yeah, it works. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. Like Nintendo is going to limit. Like people trash like that it's low res and like lower frame rates. But the reason they do is because like Nintendo doesn't want it to affect gameplay.
Yeah. Why does it have to be 4K for your friend's game? Who gives a shit?
It's just meant to be fun. It's not meant for like live streams.
Right.
My portable power station is coming in clutch. There it is.
There you go.
Stash.
Karkin,
yeah.
Karkin already knew.
Yep. No worries now.
Karkin's an avid podcast watcher. He's known all about the power banks.
Advanced.
Karkin then comes in. I only play handheld 95%. I'm still using my OLED when going out, and I'm playing Switch 2 and charging it when at home, excited for future games.
There you go.
There you go. Sure. Your new portable system, you don't take it with you. It's all right.
Yeah.
That just means they haven't released the game yet that you have to play. And you need your Switch 2. Don't forget about the Discord DM. Yeah, I got you, buddy. I'll feature it on my next normal live stream, which is like Sunday night. But not this. My body is ready to streak. That's where the beer came from. Thank you, buddy. Karkan then says, I keep on failing the P missions. How to go fast. Karkan, I can't help you with your P, okay?
Get good. No, I'm kidding.
Look.
Yeah.
Put the controller down. Get up and go to the bathroom.
Yes.
Or a diaper.
I haven't, talked about it being a mission to go pee in a long time.
Yeah.
Unless you're saying like you don't have a problem getting there, it's just getting it out.
Yeah.
Look, there's lots of methods.
You may want to check a doctor with that.
There's lots of methods, but if I had to go over them on this podcast, it ain't the intro we got to worry about. It's the outro we got to worry about. Oh god. Next. Stephen Vaughn, and yes, if you want, you can share them. Obviously, yeah, we're gonna share them.
Yeah.
And our last one, Michael Lorenz. Hey, Nintendo Prime, you better not be too positive about the Nintendo Switch 2 because you know your favorite YouTuber. Oh no, it's Banana Boy. I do a full criticism of the podcast. Go for it. You mean the Banana Boy that claimed that he won't debate me because he thinks I'm just gonna yell at him? Well, he's literally yelling at me when I kindly asked him to have a conversation.
What are we talking about?
It's oh no, it's Alex on all his live streams. He gets like a super chat thing and he puts on a banana suit. I don't care. Put on a banana suit. Be entertaining.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like he just shit talks to me all the time. And so I said, hey, do you want to? So I've like multiple times publicly, I'm like, hey, we should have like a debate and a conversation about this stuff we disagree about. Oh, what's the debate going to be about, bro? I just thought you're just going to yell at me and try to get a gotcha. I'm like, no, I actually, do you not watch me? That's not what I do, but okay, cool.
I was going to say, you just another one of them.
Yeah, I debated a hater deal, and it's not what I do.
No.
But it's fine. He's ducking. It's cool. Keep ducking. And now I just guarantee he's going to talk about this fucking podcast. God damn it, Michael Lorenz. Stop drawing him in.
Hey, wait. That just hopefully pushes more viewers towards the podcast.
All right. Time to move on. Let's go ahead and go around the room and say our goodbyes to the Switch 2 launch podcast. Sky Sword Alyssa, tell them what you got going on, where they can find you.
So I'm on here on YouTube at Sky Swords Alyssa. I do plan to start a new file on Breath of the Wild. I was waiting for the Switch 2 version to come out, so I'm excited to re-experience that again with the Zelda notes. So yeah, that's pretty much all I got planned for now.
Okay. And it took me all stream to realize your camera was backwards. I'm like, I'm trying to
I realized too, I didn't remember how to fix this.
I'm trying to read Spider-Man in the background. I'm like, why is it back? Oh, right. I could like one click fix this.
But you had great timing on that because she said switch.
I know. I'm not
flipping the camera. I'm like, hey, that's perfect timing.
Now the Birdman.
Can I ask you something, Primey?
Mr. P.
There it was. Wait, I'm the only one that's gonna get hit.
I've noticed a trend on the podcast since I joined as co-host. Every time it's my turn to speak, there's always a deep sigh. It's always, let's go to Sky Swords Alyssa. Now let's bring it over to Eric Moore. We're gonna go over to ThunderStash. Game bird. It's a theme, dude. Is there anyone else
true.
noticed
No,
this?
I've noticed this too, actually, and
So-
I'm glad you brought it up today. 'Cause I'm being
He's too
serious.
excited to
I,
get to you. He's just like, oh,
Listen, I don't have an
yeah.
issue with it, but listen. Let's just say curiosity killed the cat.
Yeah, just like, why do you do it? Is the question.
All I did today was go. I was doing the thing from the bit from the.
No, but before that, it was before you fixed Alyssa's camera. You were about to go over to me, and you did the.
Yeah.
You did it at the start of the show.
Do you not remember what you said on your very first episode as co-host?
I don't. What did I say?
That you're the villain. I'm just trying to treat you like the villain that you
Fair,
want to
fair
be.
enough. Fair enough. Okay, that's all I wanted. I just wanted to answer. I enjoy it. I'm like,
It all backfires, and I end up looking like the villain. So.
I know.
Yeah, just end up looking like the
Listen,
asshole.
you did it to yourself.
Yeah.
You did it to yourself, my
Dude,
friend.
every issue of my life I did to myself. It is what it is.
Anyways, how's it going tonight, everyone? I'm GameStop Classic.
Welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast. Wait.
Yeah. No, you guys can find me.
I'm invited from Seattle.
Shit. You guys can find me here on YouTube at GameBird Classic. I make Nintendo content. Channel's been quiet. You guys now know why. I was working on a new intro. I hope you guys all enjoyed it. I was very self-conscious about this one. Everyone really liked the commercial / intro, and it was a lot of pressure. And you know, when you're making something like this, you're doing so many edits, so many changes. You're watching the same bit 1,000 times that, like, over the last week, I think I'd work on this with like zero smile because I've seen it 1,000 times, you know, except for like when I make a big change, then it's like for like the first, oh, this one's going to get them. But it was a ton of fun to make. So I hope you guys all really liked it. And the best part, I got to be honest, you know what the best part about doing both these videos is asking the crew for footage with like they get no backstory. Oh snap!
Like, wait a second, we're talking about the intro with the pelvic thrust. Let me get back in on this.
Yeah.
Look at the chat for a second. Paul's back.
The best part is like them having no context and be like, "Hey, can you like send me a clip? Tilt your head back and just look like
I had no idea.
You know, like
I was thinking
like,
that
this like overwhelming force is taking over you." And then I'd reach out like, "Hey, like, are you okay if there's like maybe some pelvic thrusting in the video?" And they're like, "What the hell?" Like, I guess. And like, "Hey, can you send me an audio clip telling me that you're feeling it right now?"
And then the other one then is, do you care if my wife's in the video? Because
yeah, like, "Hey, it's okay if I
starting a little interesting here."
yeah. And so like Stash had one of the funniest. It made me laugh the most. He had a comment to one of the requests when he submitted me footage. He was like, "Dude, normally I would never film anything like this ever. It's out of character." He's like, "But I trust you," and that was like the coolest thing because I've only just gotten to know you guys over a few months, and I've done one really weird commercial for you guys. So to hear that, like, "Hey man, I would never do anything like this ever, but I trust you," was I don't know, that moment was like a big confidence boost. Like, hell yeah, the crew is in it. And I have not gotten to any weird abnormal request. I have not gotten any pushback. Not once. No. I got to give you guys props. Not once did anyone be like, "I don't really feel comfortable doing that," or "That's weird," or "That's not really my thing." It's been like, you got it. So I really appreciate that. Again, I hope you guys like it. And now that I'm done, I'm going to start putting more work on my channel, putting out some Switch 2 content. And I'm really excited. I don't know if I can say the game, so I'm not going to, but I got my first ever review code for a game.
Nice.
I'm really...
Oh, hey, congratulations, dude.
So I am really excited. It's a game that I've been really hyped on. Really excited to play it. And I can't wait to share my thoughts. And I'm looking forward to play it on Switch 2. That's all I'll say.
There you go.
There you go. Hell yeah,
Yeah.
dude. Making waves. That's what I like to see.
Making
I'm
waves.
gonna be honest. After I saw Stick Fix, I just knew. Trust the process.
Yeah.
Trust the process. He knows what he's doing.
Listen, Stick Fix was and this is an honest thing because this was like when I was first like, I'd been a guest a handful of times on the show, but like talks like I was joining the podcast and I had this weird project that I had just wrapped up. And like this was like a test thing about, how like you meet people who are like nice, but how you click with people. And I know I'm a weird dude. I know I have a very unhinged sense of humor at times. And, sometimes I'm like, I
think we
make comedy that's like not, not the same type of goofy videos that every other Nintendo or video game content creator makes. For you guys to like see a video like that and not be like, this guy's kind of weird, or maybe you guys did. Didn't tell me. Like, I don't know about this guy. Should we bring him on? The fact
I love that
you guys
video.
like laugh and like bring on more. I was like, dude, these guys are homies now. Like, I feel like I've found such a rad group. So not to get mushy, I'm the villain. So you guys, honestly, you guys suck. And this has been the worst 4 months of my life.
There you go.
My channel's going downhill.
Yeah. And when he's not telling him, he comes to Seattle, it's to end the podcast. He's putting a permanent end to it. No, anyways, dude, we really looked into you.
Yeah. Yeah, we did.
And I kind of look at it like it's like Stash. I looked into Stash.
Yeah.
I took a shot on him. I just had him on a couple shows. I had, Eric and I talked to Andres Restart at the time. And I'm like, this guy, he's got something that we don't have.
He's got this thunder. It's like he's got this thunder
that is out of this world. And he's got a way he talks and this passion behind it. And I bet you there's more. Like, he's been on our show and had no issue with the weird humor I threw out there at times. Sometimes sexual. And
that's one thing I'll never do on this podcast.
Come back.
I just want to be clear.
Yeah, never.
No.
Never. Did we talk about the cut from the show? How the pelvic thrust was originally supposed to be?
The first thing is
anyway. Gotta love it. Feedback comes in. It wasn't. Hey, by the way, we're not the reason that the original vision for the pelvic thrust got cut. Just so everyone knows, we have never said no to him.
No,
true. We approved it.
We encourage, like, put it back in.
Game Bird, I do want to point one thing out. The reason why I'm a sock puppet is because you actually never actually asked me to film anything. That's why you. No, you've actually only asked Prime and Stash.
Yeah, he went through the chat. Like, did he ever
actually ask me?
No, he didn't.
So that's the reason why you actually never got anything from me, because you actually never asked me. And then you did the sock puppet, and I was like, perfect. I love it. I do not want to change it. That was absolutely beautiful. So that is actually the reason how I ended up being a sock puppet.
It was meant to be. It was meant to be. That's what I'm saying. And there's no accidents here. It's all love. It's all love. It all works out.
So yeah, it's not just me. It is not me actually like refusing to do any sort of on-camera thing. Just so you're aware.
Yeah.
And so you just actually never asked me the first time around, and then you turned it into a sock puppet. I'm like, well, this is the greatest freaking joke ever. We got to keep it going.
The next thing is he does an outro and he sends you the sock puppet. He's like, look, I just need one shot.
Yeah, right.
Put the sock on your foot. Put it on.
I could send you the sock puppet.
Yeah.
I could send you the sock puppet.
By the way, do not work on your channel. Man.
Work on your channel.
Yes. Maybe an outro for next season. How's that?
I gotta know, why the hell are you back, Paul?
You look different too. Did you change?
I thought I heard someone mention at a medium pace. It was like
that's why.
It was like the bad signal just calling me.
Paul, where can people find you, bud?
Come back. We're leaving.
Over on YouTube and X is where I post most frequently. I am at Paul Gale Network on both. I don't have a new countdown series immediately in the starts. I know some people are like, Donkey Kong Bonanza, which I've thought about, Metroid Prime 4 Beyond, potentially, when we learn of it. There's a couple of different ideas. One that I've also been thinking about is possibly for Indie Mania, which will be coming out June 26th, which would be, specifically for an event and not for a game release, but still something fun. And then, I will do some periodic updates for the Zelda movie, the Mario movie, and maybe when they get closer, do like a designated countdown. But yeah, doing some unboxings. I'll have some video game impressions up on YouTube channel and on my X, and video game sales. And when I find more information on how well the Nintendo Switch 2 did, you'll definitely hear about that on the X side. And yeah, that's about it. Oh, I'm very close to a whopping 5,000 subscribers on YouTube. So,
oh heck yeah,
only a couple hundred away.
So, hell yeah, dude!
It's out there for the people in the chat. I mean, you could make it 5,000 a night.
That'd be sweet. And the funny thing is, I watch thousands. Love the intro to this podcast. Why are not thousands subscribed to Gamebird Classic? What are we doing?
Right?
Yeah, make this right.
Come on now.
I was trying to get to 2K. I was trying to get to 2K by Switch 2 launch day. Didn't happen. Hey guys, make it tonight. Make it tonight.
It's still
surprise me. Make launch day even better.
Yeah,
that's it. God damn it! I will guarantee it by the weekend. Fuck.
Right.
Not bots.
No.
Better not be bots.
It won't be bots. No.
I need to get I would like to get my channel monetized. That's the sad part. Yeah. I had it a long time ago.
All I gotta do is
I lost it.
Put that intro, put it in my video, and say subscribe to this man. The pelvic thrust.
Yeah,
the pelvic thrust.
I'm gonna change it from shooting at the spinning Switch 2 with the logo. just no, I can't. Sorry, my idea is too wild even for my channel. No, I can't. It would not be wife approved. I'll just leave it at that. All right, moving on. Spice Lord.
Yeah, I am here, and I also upload videos to our Clips channel. Clips, bitch. God damn it. It's just a freaking thumbnail and putting it up. Joking. I'm joking.
But there was some truth to that joke. You could see it when he said it. Like he felt the joke.
Why do I give a shit right now? I'm so fucking busy. Yeah. I'm so fucking busy.
And really, honestly, why do they need thumbnails?
Well, I mean, because it helps them get views.
I guess.
I guess. Like when I actually put a good thumbnail on, it always blows up.
Yeah.
But I just, dude, I'm just. It's not that it's hard. Mm-hmm. I'm so busy right now.
I know.
Oh my god.
I am well aware.
Yeah.
Hey, no, I don't stream till 2 p.m. So I'm not going to stay up tonight to record that.
Hey, there you go.
I'm like, yeah, that sucks. I'm going to go to bed and I'll get yelled at tomorrow that I'm wasting my morning working on the video.
Yep.
Oh, it's a no-win, man. It's a no-win. This job is unforgiving. ThunderStash Gaming.
Damn.
Okay.
Oh, wait. I'm treating you different. My bad. ThunderStash.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
Uninspired.
Guys, we need a soundboard for each of us when we introduce the host. We need like cool sounds for you, Nate. We need like a hawk sound for me. We need a thunder. Yeah, a thunder sound for Stash.
Dude, I don't know.
What sound do sock puppets make?
Wait a second. I think
I feel like yours would be great with like the rubber ducky squeak.
Oh yeah,
you know that.
Yeah.
I was thinking the Charlie Brown womp womp womp.
Oh yeah, there you go. There you go.
Yeah, or that. Yeah, I like that. Like an explosion for you, Nate.
That's classic.
Explosion, as long as it's white.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Wait. I was thinking milk related over here. My bad.
Good night, everybody.
My bad. By the way, skim milk. That's my preference. So water that looks white.
Okay, ThunderStash. Where can they find you?
You guys can find me on YouTube.
I have somewhere to be.
YouTube at ThunderStash Gaming. ThunderStash Gaming. What I'm working on right now, so I'll have my unboxing video posted, but on top of that, it's the console, the games that I got, the accessories. But JSOX accessory developer for Switch 2. Steam Deck as well. They have some really cool accessories if you want a Steam Deck. But they sent me a package with like 10 accessories. Yeah, and so I went through and unboxed those, tested them out, put the Switch in there, put the stuff on the Switch. You guys will see there was a lot. I was not expecting to get that many. I thought maybe a couple, but not that many. So you guys will see. It was a massive box they sent me. So I'll be posting that probably not tonight, but first thing in the morning. I just need to add some background music. It's already edited. And then my friends, I have so many games to play. It's stupid. It's sick. I have an Excel list right here I'm looking at. I got the Switch 2 games. I got the Switch 1 games that were announced, right, for the upgrade. I have a whole list of games that I'm working on that have uncapped frame rate, dynamic resolution that I'm eyeing. And I'm also like comparing it with other people, what they've seen. So these are games that are going to get kind of a nice upgrade, but it's not going to be advertised kind of thing. But again, I have all the impressions coming out. I think I have 16 Switch 2 games to do impressions for. So it's going to be nuts,
I'm looking forward to
guys.
those, man.
16 to 18-hour days are here to stay
for the next future.
Well, yeah, I mean, because we also, Paul and I have Indie Mania as well. And so we're super busy. We're going to get a lot busier with that too. So yeah, it's just, this month is going to be relentless, but I think in the best way possible, right? Being bombarded with video games. What's not to like about that?
Bigger than me.
I could say it doesn't take much, but
That's because he hasn't seen the extension.
Yeah. The DLC.
The expansion pack.
Anyways, what is going? Was there more in the private chat right now? What the fuck is happening?
Yeah.
All right. I'm Nintendo Prime. At this point, if you don't follow me, it's probably because I say really cringe and stupid shit like that. So that's okay. I live my life in the cringe. It is what it is. I get really inappropriate at times. My wife slaps me.
Yeah, like
it's fine. I deserve it. I deserve it. It's fine. And dude, my mission when we go to Seattle is to say the one thing that has you all grinning and all three wives look at each other and just bitch slap the fuck out of me.
Really? You're going for that?
I'm going for it. I'm going for it. The wives will probably all say, Yulia's going to tell me you're no longer being a YouTuber anymore. You could never talk to Nate again. He's such a dick.
Does everybody know we're going to PAX? Have we made this formal announcement yet?
Yeah, I announced it a long time ago.
Okay.
But yeah.
For those of you who don't know, like, flights. Yeah, we're okay.
Yeah.
We're locked in.
Things are booked.
Booking hotel right now after this.
The whole Nintenbyte podcast crew is going to PAX West, everyone. So if you happen to be there,
come say hi if you see us.
Man, I hope we get some sleep while we're out there.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
It's always rough.
Well, because, Seattle, there's a lot of sleepless people there.
Pretty sleepless city, yeah. See, that's what I'm talking
there
about.
was a joke somewhere. I was like, there's a joke.
He feeds on the confusion that he sows. He feeds on the pause. And it's always because
sleepless nights in Seattle. Anyways. All right. Nintenbyte Podcast. Let's focus on that. We have the Clips channel. You guys can go check that out. Also, the podcast can be heard everywhere. Audio podcasts can be heard. Thank you so much to our audio listeners. You guys have been growing lately. I love to see that. And what the best yet is not just the views have been growing on my channel. ThunderStash just had an episode do really well on his. GameBird's views are going up from it. Mm-hmm. This podcast is becoming a phenomenon, baby. We'd like to see. I don't want to be a fringe top 5 Nintendo podcast. I want that #1 spot. I'm coming for it. Mm-hmm. I don't even know who it is. It's either Nintendo or NVC. Either way, you're going down.
I think it's fair to say people are feeling the power of our podcast.
Okay, I'm done feeling it. That's what I'm feeling right now is insane from the lack of sleep. All right, guys, that's going to do it for the Nintenbyte Podcast Season 3, Episode 1. Let's go ahead and, I guess, hit this thing.
Good night, everybody.